But hello, how is everybody? How is everyone? How is everyone? I am dawdling around, still delaying what I'm doing because I just got a DM for something. Barking right out the gate. Excuse me? Excuse me? Not yet, not yet. I'm pretty sure I did not. I'm a fool though, and I didn't save right next to Aki. Actually, no, it's fine. Hi Waffles, how are you? How are you? Aru, how are you? You've been on Lost Stream for a bit, right? How are you guys? What are you guys up to right now? It's Honkai, right? Lurking in there. Lurking in there. Also, Rai, what have you been up to today? Have you been playing? Has anyone been playing? 14 while you watch Honkai on his star till it Din Din, what's for dinner? Where's my invite? very caffeinated. Good, running around doing Pokemon deck stuff. Oh, nice! Yeah, I saw you over in Lexi server hanging out, right? Hey, how's it going, Kyo? Welcome, welcome in. Gonna be a little bit of a grinding night today. At least as far as I can go, and see how much I can level up. I did try to do some offline stuff yesterday, but then I got so distracted. Gonna play some P3 later. Oh yeah, take a break. Take a nice hot bath. If you have bath salts, those would be good. Hi, Arello. Welcome in. Thank you for checking in. Hope you enjoy your Americano. Got home from your new part-time. Oh, nice! Congrats, Kyo. I know last we talked, you literally were just like, oh, I have nothing right now. And I was like, oh man, I hope you find something. I hope it's okay. I hope you can adjust well. Hope it doesn't cut too much into your persona time. Got a plate ready for me? Ooh, I'm on my way. I'm a Flintstone my way over. Into the water despite being a gargoyle. Yeah, might as well play some Pokemon with some company, right? I feel like that's always a lot more fun. Second day, just got used to the shoes I wear. Yeah, it'll be an adjustment, right? It'll be an adjustment. Bath bombs. I still need to use... I have... Damn it! I switched it! Why are they blue now? Okay, this is fine. That's fine. It's no big deal. I finally fixed it so that it'll match whenever I do the alt Guma, and this happens. I legitimately made a whole separate redeem for this, and I thought it was gonna be, you know. This is fine. Once we entered in game. Wait, once we entered in game. Also, I kind of want the intro screen to open up, so oi! Thank you for the pastries. Typing hard while cooking. Yeah, no worries, no worries. It's okay. But I'm actually just gonna go into the game screen. Because I want the intro to play. Let's see how that goes. Ah! Why the bonk? Why the bonk? Why am I getting bonked? Move over some stuff. I want the opening to play because I always have to watch the opening at least several times before playing, right? Just want to make sure no BGM is playing. How's the audio? Audio okay? Right now it's just train noises, but gonna go now. Might need to be back later. Oh yeah, no worries. Please go get some food. Go get some food. Eat first. Most important. Sounds good at the moment. Yeah, it's probably gonna be a little bit louder. Once I get in, I will let the intro music play. That's what I want. So we're gonna chat over here. Hee. I know I said this to Rai, but has anyone seen the post of this screen? And Makoto is just doing the Gangnam Style dance instead. And then when it flashes over to the other screen where everyone is there, he's the only one doing it. Oh. You have it! Oh my god, I have to share it. Also, wait. It sounds great. Oh my god, I'll find it and I'll post it over in the bakery. But I want the intro music to play. Yeah. Oh, right. You can see how long it actually takes to pop up. But I swear it takes forever for my screen to reset for the movie. Yeah. You working tomorrow, Wisp? You're just gonna enjoy your day off? Good to get some rest by trying to stream. Ooh, what are you planning on streaming? It's been a while since a Wisp stream. Thank you, Rye. Much appreciated. I don't even have my controller open for this, oh my god. The blue ears, yeah! I fixed them. Hi Rella, how are you? Is it work time? Thank you, Rye. I'm gonna go back and check on that. Zelda or GeoGuessr? I've still never played GeoGuessr. I'm actually very curious about playing that. I'll try it once in my lifetime. Work one more day, then you can be free. Nice! Is this the end of your second 10-day streak? Has it been that long? Or am I crazy? I have not been streaming regularly until this week, so I can't remember. GeoGuessr collab? Oh my god. I don't know. I don't know. Ugh. I feel like if we ever did that though, it would be like okay, yeah, see, I'm here. Hee look at him. Okay, I gotta go back. I don't remember. Oh yeah, I was on 34. Okay, so I wasn't too far. I only did maybe like an extra like six floors off stream because I just wanted to make sure I what was it? Was grinding a little bit more money. Oh yeah, okay. I got up to the boss. Nearby. The next boss floor. What? Back to a normal week though. Nice. I'm glad. Are you gonna be oh wait. SP items? Did I get one? Floor boss! Yeah. Okay, so I lied to you, right? I did do more. Oh god, is this the only thing? The only thing I have. Okay, I'm gonna do that. That's fine. I'll figure this out later. All right. Yes, I'm ready now. Wow, I was like a toe away from the battle. All right. But Arello, we need to take some G-pose shots with Ariel. We're waiting for you.
I'll take care of this. I'll do that.
Actually, let me shift over.
It's all you. Sure. What to do?
Yeah. Wisp, how far are you in how far are you now in P3?
What's the plan?
Oh, you know, that would have made more sense. I'm a fool. You just got Aki in here? Okay, perfect. Okay, so we're pretty matched up. I want to see if I can try to get to Fuka tonight. We'll see. Have a good lurk, Waffles. Take care. Aha, there we go. No, I want to switch. I'm switching. I want Akihiko to do the all-out attack.
Let's go. Now let's go. Everyone, follow my lead.
Oh my god, I'm so I personally like how Alejandro Saab says, I've been waiting for this. It's so good. Oh, I can just use a gem. What? I didn't... Oh, okay. That's interesting.
This will do the trick.
I don't remember these items. The blade gauntlets are... I was telling you about it last night. I was like, bro, these blade gauntlets are ridiculous.
You have an item that can hit their weakness.
Don't
This
mind
is
if
the
I do.
perfect time.
Hey, how's it going, Tato? Welcome in, welcome in.
That was awesome.
Can't slow down now. We cannot pass this up. Better grip those teeth.
Oh my god, this guy, please. Okay.
Fiori's been knocked down. Someone cover for him.
Did you miss me? I'll give him heck.
What have you been up to today, Tato? Yeah, Alejandro's got good range. I am gonna try my best to meet him soon. I pray. I pray. I just want to show him my tattoo and be like, sir, thank you for your service.
You're carrying something that can hit a weakness.
Oh, I just have it. Okay. I'm do this. That'll be easier. Junpei's fine. He's got a little poison, but he's fine. Oh, wait. He's not fine. Okay. Damn it. Don't have anything. Don't have anything. I don't have anything. For poison items. Okay. That's fine, I
Let's
guess.
see. Let's go. This looks pretty bad.
Alright, come on. Come on.
Situation.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Do I not have anything for poison? Oh, shoot.
It's time to activate my third eye.
Appreciation.
I'm just gonna heal them.
I'll go with.
Have any... Oh, wait. Isn't it... There we go. I do have something. Okay. I knew I had somebody. There we go.
Here's your chance. You can turn your weakness. Direct hit on their weakness. Just what I'd expect, Akihiko.
Wait. Can I not do any more all-out attacks?
Time to shine.
Is somebody unable to do an all-out attack? I'm confused.
Well done.
Why did that not queue?
Let's continue exploring.
All right.
That went well enough. But we still got a ways to go, though. Don't slack off on the cooldown once we're back at the dorms, folks. It makes a world of difference in recovery speed. Shoot. The other day, I was so zonked, I just passed out in my boxers on top of my bed. Jesus Christ, Junpei. That sounds like you, Junpei. I'm surprised you didn't catch a cold. Well, getting told by a seasoned vet like Senpai actually has some weight to it. Did Makoto have an ailment? No, he didn't. I didn't think so. Wisp! Wow. That reminds me of a story from before you all came to the dorm. A certain person who, after an intense workout in his room, passed out from exhaustion, drenched in sweat, then woke up with a raging fever. Hehe. Hehe. Hey Archie! Ah, blah, 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 blah. How are you? That was just... I passed out while still wearing my socks. That's enough gabbing anyways. Let's keep moving, Yuki. Oh my god. I literally can never get over Akihiko's face when he's looking this direction. When he has that, the full, like, more of a frontal view, I just... sir, I love you. You're so handsome. Okay, so...
Sometimes you run into some pretty tough enemies, but they spice things.
Wood, chewing soul. Okay, SB, I'll take it. Yeah, I'll probably do another 10 floors. Oh, wait.
Careful. The enemy.
Is this another boss right
Don't
after?
tell me.
These battles are just going to keep coming. Hang in there. Woke up from a nap. How was your nap? What did you do today? Oh, okay. I will probably just get to the... I'll make it to the border floor. Then I can spend my time. Or we should do an Aki cosplay sometime. If it's gonna be P4D, I'll convince him. I'll convince him. Oh, wait. Push the bad. It's easier. And then I did get...
All right.
No! Wait, I was not ready. I did not do that. I might as well use the SP item that I had. Oh, 100 SP. I'll save it then. I can save it for in battle. What are you hacking about?
Salut.
Salut. Let's go.
Hell yeah!
Alright.
Get cracking!
Nice work.
Do it, Polyjuice!
That was awesome, Akihiko. You knocked down 2 of them. You could go for effective damage,
wait.
but it might behoove you to scout for more weaknesses.
You're up, leader.
Sure. What to do?
Arcane!
Dang it. I can't remember this one. What is this one? Critical weight. No. No. Okay.
What's next? Let's go! You see that coming?
Junpei, please. Break.
Yori's been knocked down. Someone cover for him.
Ariel, hello. Welcome in.
Get up quickly.
Good evening. You don't think the dice has one? Yeah, I can't remember, so I was just like, nah, it's fine. But just to heal then.
Excellent. You're back up.
Could have sworn the dice is weak to wind. I'll try it out, at least so I can get it for the,
Step at a time.
what is it?
Polyjuice!
Just to clear all my,
Not bad.
really?
Enemy down.
I'll take care of
Not
it.
bad.
All my, question marks.
Enemy down. Not bad, Akihiko. I can handle
Ready,
it.
Takeba?
Leave it to me. Paralyzed enemy.
Sake and makgeolli. Ooh, okay. I have not tried makgeolli, but I want to. I assume you got it during your H-Mart run. Did you end up picking up the Mega Rank too? Shock damage pog, very pog. Yeah, not weak to win. That's fine. Oh my god, okay.
Miss me? Can't stop.
Yeah. I will take the crit if I can. Couldn't pass up the okay. Fire is what it's resistant to. Okay, I'll try a Bufu.
In this situation,
What else did you end up getting over at H-Mart, Ariel?
Thanks, dude.
I assume you made the most of your visit.
Arcane!
Ah, okay, it was not Bufu.
The best bet. Go, Polyjuice!
Okay, now I can use that item on Akihiko. I literally just use Mazio on everything.
good hit.
Gotcha!
Yeah!
Now let's finish him off!
Perfect. I love you, Akihiko. Love of my life.
Justice is served!
Oh.
Just like we planned.
I think I'm getting stronger.
Ah, perfect. Okay. I like trying to get all the Ma attacks. Aki's all out attack. Yeah, all of the finisher screens are good. I'm biased for Akihiko, obviously, so I'm gonna say his is the best. And this is a first. It's like pacing. Anyone? I can't get a read on a floor for these. Oh my god, I can't read. I just can't read. I can't get a read on a pattern for these floors. There's simply too much about which we're still in the dark. We need to prepare even more thoroughly and retreat promptly when we're depleted. No, we're going all the way until the block. We're really pushing the pace on your first day back. Are you holding up alright, Sanada-senpai? Yeah, pretty creepy place, huh? I'm actually trembling right now. I can't wait for the next fight.
What?
You're smirking? What are you? The main character in a fighting manga? Yes, he is. He's the main character in my heart. Good grief, you don't change, do you, Akihiko? Yuki, you're our leader. Be sure to stay vigilant. Oh, okay. What?
With every battle, I can feel myself growing stronger.
Hey, doesn't
Perfect. Oh, I thought you just got Akihiko though. I'm confused. You're on floor 31? Jizumaru.
Hey.
Okay. Yes, you can have it.
All right.
Yes. Dumplings, sriracha, sweet oil chili, kneading, glass noodles. Ooh, what kind of glass noodles though? I like the flat ones. The flat, thick ones. Those are good. Ooh, that's a really good haul, Ariel. Honestly, when it comes to like having an H Mart to go to, I usually like to just get all my meat there. I very rarely go out for KBBQ nowadays because it's just like I could just make this. It's fine. Is this the one-way portal? Yeah, it is. You were using Akihiko yesterday. Tar. Pina! Good morning. Have you been able to sleep?
we don't see that kind of chest often. Let's not.
Yeah,
pass it
wait
up.
until he was available to go to Tartarus. Yeah, there's no point in going through Tartarus without him if you're already gonna get him soon, right? Oh, Pina. Oh, shoot. Okay, I'll just do this for now. Oh!
Not
Let's
fast.
go. What sleep? Pina. Pina.
Now my chance.
That'll help.
Hey Winter, how's it going?
What should I do in this situation?
What to do?
I keep missing this one on the right. Jesus. Yeah, the flat ones are the best though, Ariel. And Walker, has he crying again? Oh, Aru! Did you take screenshots? Did you take a lot of screenshots? I hope you did. I really. Also, don't say anything. Ariel has not finished Endwalker. Ariel.
It's gonna win this. Let's go.
Wisp. Aru is done. He finished base game Endwalker. Also, I gotta say, I think these shadows are really cool. If I had to pick like a favorite shadow, you know what I mean. Cafe Questline had you kind of sobbing. Aru. Yeah, the battle music is such a jam. Catch me singing to this. Cafe made you so happy you started crying. Oh, please no. Okay, thank God. Okay, now, okay, Rai, my Yukari has been doing great evasion. Oh my God. Okay, that's really cool.
All right.
We've secured the perimeter. We still have a little time before the shadows reappear. It might be a good idea to do some reconnaissance.
Let's
Oh!
see.
Yeah, I guess we do have. We can survey again. I'm so excited. Still risky, of course, but one person should have an easier time avoiding shadows. If the scout can find the stairs, it'll lighten the load for Yuki and the main squad. I have to believe in her? Okay, listen, I didn't believe in her for a bit because she kept getting knocked out so quickly.
Hey!
Alright, let's go. After combat, you may have the opportunity to scout. If you decide to scout the area, one of your teammates will temporarily leave your party to look for a path to the next floor. Allies scouting ahead will also collect items and hand over anything they've collected upon rejoining the party on the next floor. Note that you will be down a party if you choose to scout. I'm surprised we don't split up as much, though.
What the hell? Why's the floor so damn?
Just me and the boys. Metal protector.
Not bad.
Oh, well, it'd be good. Yeah, you can have it. Oh! I did not mean to do that. I was gonna give it to Akihiko. 170. What was I wearing earlier? Oh, okay. You know what? That's fine. I'll keep it on me. Akiko, what are you wearing right now? Are you wearing your best? Oh boy. Okay. Earlier talk makes me want to open. Honestly, I still have an IPA sitting in the fridge. I almost got myself a 12-pack Sapporo when I was over at Aldi's, and I was just like, Sapporo. Okay, wait, so for the scouting though, does she just straight up, like, I won't be able to see her run away, I guess, if that's the right word? My Yukari takes every hit aimed her way, I'll still love her. Yeah, usually my Yukari does not last very long. And it's so funny, the RNG that I have for her. Wow, Tartar purple, huh? Yeah. What'd you get? Awesome, more stuff to sell. Everyone good? Okay. Oh, okay, wait, so does she survey the next floor? Is that what it is?
You guys can pick up something from watching me fight.
Oh my god, Akihiko, I love you so much. You open your mouth and you could be saying stupid shit and I would still be like, I love you, sir. You're so handsome. Hehe.
Look at it. Come on in.
Map is more visible. Ah, okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm also really excited for the laters. Oh my god, there's 4 of them! Yeah, the shadow's really cool. I like the design of the shadow a lot. Did I already analyze them? I'll probably... Okay, I'll try going out later. You can just hit the stairs if they're shown. Oh yeah, but I'm gonna... again, remember when I was playing, I was just like, I want to be able to get all the, I want to get, loot. I was trying to accumulate monies.
I have to do this.
These are your favorite shadows, yeah.
I'll go with
Nicely done. Enemy eliminated.
No! Don't you dare. Domino's up to no good. Oh no! Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Okay.
I'll take care of this. Let's go.
Oh no. How's Domino though? Is she okay?
Akihiko
She feeling
took out
okay?
one target.
Please stop. Ow.
Can't stop now.
Well done. Let's continue exploring.
All right. Who's next?
Oh, she didn't survey too much though, because there's still like some paths that are. Oh, okay. Did she just go straight to the stairs? If I open this though, the shadow goes away. Let's go. Antibiotics start tomorrow. Can break into tablets. Okay, that's good.
We
Has she
don't
still
see
been
that
jumping
kind
over
of chest
the
often.
fridge?
Let's not pass it up.
Let's see.
I can
Oh,
hold
I
my own
missed.
in a fight
Oh, I
pretty
missed.
damn well, don't
I have
you
no
think?
depth perception.
I always knew. Yeah.
Oh, so many things to break in here. Stairs! Okay. How much is... I might as well fight the thing over there.
Look at it.
She's zooming slowly but surely. Oh no. Oh, these two are also my favorite. Honestly, I really... The designs that they do for shadows and Persona is really cool.
I've got
Oh yeah, but Ariel, what are you gonna any plans for what you're gonna make with all the stuff that you got? Where did I? Wait, who did that? That is even on. Oh, you know what?
How's everyone feeling? Witness.
Where did this come from? This slander. How dare? Listen, this is when, you know, this is when the thing happened, when Akihiko was doing the chair squats. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Scobo. How's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'll let the Raiders settle in a moment. Some DRG, I see. Drank all our beer and dug our way here. You're never alone so long as you rockin' stone. Oh my god, how's rockin' stone? You have a good time? You have a good time? We still gotta, honestly, I still really want to play that game with you. I really want to play that with you and Tuna and Lexi and Hina at some point. There's mods now, right? To play with like more than 4? Mods? But hello, welcome in Raiders. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Kumari. I am normally a brown bear, but I gotta match the screen, so we're alt Kuma today. I'm a little blue bear today. I like to play a variety of games. My current brain rot is Persona, so this is what I will be frequently streaming for the time being. But other than that, it's typically JRPGs. I'll do some doodling. I'll do some live 2D. Yeah, you gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep, no worries, I understand. I am gonna be here for the foreseeable future. Please enjoy your time here. 26 hours? Holy crap, Scobo. Wait, were you streaming for 26 hours? Huh? Oh my god! Please, if you gotta go, please, you gotta go. I will be here for, I just started, so you're good. Yeah, no worries, Squiz, please have a good bath, relax. I already have this one. Do I, I'll do this, it's fine. I've been trying to level up everybody a lot.
We did it.
But yeah, what's your plan then for next? Promise a friend you'd go over and watch anime? Oh no. Please be careful. Please be safe while heading over to your friends.
Doing pretty well.
But enjoy your anime. What are you guys planning on watching?
Could be in for one next.
Gonna play make Jumpong? What is Jumpong? And Pho sounds crazy though. Otherwise you would have kept going. Scobo, did you take breaks? Did you at least take breaks between? Holy crap. She has a list. Okay, okay. I hope it's like I hope there's fun current stuff.
Can't stop it now.
In this situation,
Took a 20-minute break every 4 to 6. Okay. As long as you took breaks. You definitely deserve at least a half-hour break between, though. Crit? No. Okay, distress though. Distress good. Oh god. Okay, not good. Just kidding. Please don't do that. No, 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 no. Oh, thank god.
Excellent. You avoided it. Enemy down. Keep that up, Rory.
it's my turn now.
Takeba's back on her feet. It's time to retaliate.
Appreciate it.
But yeah, thank you for bringing your community over, Scovo. It's nice to see you.
Never mind.
Here's your chance. You can target a weakness. Excellent work. You hit a weak spot.
Okay, who has a status ailment now? I don't understand. Please do not. Oh, okay.
Can't stop it now.
Oh, is it because the shadow had a status ailment? I get so confused now with all out attacks. money, 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 money. High Priestess all out attack. I'm good. I want money.
Did you see that?
That certainly went well.
Yeah, look at this jam. Honestly, Pina, this game has just such wonderful. Oh, where am I going? It's such a wonderful soundtrack. I love Persona music so much. Music good. Ailment doesn't matter, but if it's already down, it won't trigger. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So this is 440. The number probably doesn't mean much, but this is a veritable accomplishment. Keep up the good work.
All right, squad, move out.
There's a chest.
I also am so glad you realized it was on Game Pass, which I am so sorry. People in chat kept saying that it was on Game Pass, but I didn't think about it.
You know?
But it works out. It works out so well.
This
Four
shouldn't be a
targets
problem. One step at a
detected.
time.
Don't lose focus.
How we do this?
It works out. Yeah. So you just gotta finish this game in 3 months.
Yori's been knocked down. Someone cover for him.
God,
Akihiko's down.
please do not.
Someone do something.
Please do not. Please do not.
Now's the time.
This may be a good test of your skill. If only we knew the enemy's weaknesses. See if you can find them.
Okay.
Persona!
Yeah, I believe in you, Pina. You can speed through your games, I think.
Yori's in a bad spot.
Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. You're bullying them. They're already down. Please. Wait. Chance of charm. Never mind. Wait. Okay. Thank God.
I'm not up yet.
Best bet.
You're a month and a half in, and the game timeline is about a year. Yeah, it's about a year. But I feel like you just gotta be like breathing this game because it's like a typical RPG, right? Where you end up putting so many hours. Oh boy, I do not have items. Okay. Junpei's fine. No, he's not. He's not. Do you really need anything for the next 3 months, or should you just no-life the game? You're right. You're so right, Ariel.
Do you have any healing?
But I do want to play some Relink eventually, so Pina and I can do some multiplayer.
Let's see.
No life, only game. Hee
Wow, good
He's
job,
down.
okay?
Good hit.
Leave it to me. I'm ready.
Oh, she has no SP. Oh man, I might have to back out of this as soon as I can, or at least get like a teleporter. Only problem is that Relink is consuming me a little. Yes, just a little bit. Some people really. Yeah. There's another streamer I like watching. He's been streaming for like 12 to 14 hours playing this game, and I'm just like, are you okay? Are you taking breaks? Are you standing up?
I can handle it. I'm ready.
I'm good to go.
I can handle it.
Can you handle it, Yukari? You have no SP. Okay.
Your health is low. Do something before you get hit.
Yeah, it's a lot of hours. It's a lot of hours, and he's so again he's playing like 12 hours ish, and he's probably only maybe in like August, I think. How long is P3 on average? It really depends, Mina. I think I clocked in about like 100 plus hours on portable. Yeah, yeah, about 100 hours average. So hee. Yeah, it's a long game. It is a very long JRPG.
You've taken a lot of damage. Take care of it while there's still time.
One step at a time.
Wait, yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Nico took out one turret. Excellent. Talking about dodge the attack. Well done.
On to the next.
Let's continue.
Took 170, but you took your time to do it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm pretty confident that this is the one game I'm going to be streaming for quite a while. I gotta find a teleporter. I would like to, or at least a clock. A clock would be good. A clock would be nice. Wait.
There's a shadow.
Just go past you. Oh, stairs. Nice.
Found the stairs.
I'll just go there. Yeah, I hope to play this for a good bit.
It's a treasure chest.
It is my comfort game.
Recently, during archery practice, I see the target as a shadow sometimes.
Oh my goodness.
You got work on the brain, huh? Wait, this ain't a job, though.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
Basically, yeah, it's basically just another expansion. No worries. Don't worry about
Chest
it.
is kind of different.
Moogie water. Okay. Yeah, easy. I'm so glad there's something like these to break.
There's a shadow.
Oh. Where am I missing? Oh, I see. Back there and up. Reminds you of a certain dungeon? Yeah.
Shadow up ahead. We taking it out?
Down the stairs.
Is that a face? Oh yeah. Hold on.
Careful.
Oh shoot. Okay, we're already here.
Oh, that reminds me.
Okay, perfect. Is this a two-way? This better be a two-way. Yeah, I'm gonna save! I know, that's what I'm doing! But yes, I'll show you the face in a moment, Pina. Let me just, use this. Perfect. Hee hee? Okay, here, I'll show you, Pina.
Salut.
Salut. Oh, okay, got it. Good to know. Oh, wait. I guess I will not show you a face just yet. Pina, I'll show you after. I should be good. Do I have any items for members? Keeps battle, increases party. Okay, I'll use them. Some
All
items
right.
here. I did use the clock. Yeah, 'cause I might as well since I need the SP. It's cool that they have like a whole animation for it. Clairvoyant relic.
One step at a time. I've got this.
You blinked and missed it. Oh, it was really cool.
I have to do this.
Let's try out all the tracks first and see what gets it. Ooh. Yeah, it was really quick, but it's really cool. Did they animate that in vanilla?
What's next?
God damn it, GP. Let's try. This dude sucks. Ah, don't tell me that. I had no animation before. Okay. Oh my god. Please do not. Why did you take so much damage?
Someone patch her up.
Damn it, GP.
You better watch it.
Okay. Have I tried this yet? Okay.
Give 'em hell. I'll go with.
Very do, boo. Oh, okay. Okay, got it. Cool. Nice. Not nice. Please do not. Okay,
I'm not out yet.
we're good. We're good. We're good. We're fine. Please crit. Juve, why did you so... I know. I really like Hermes.
Now's the time.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Junpei is... Junpei's Junpei. I don't know what to say about him. He sure is a guy. Did I already do that one? Let me do this. Let me just do some let me do some defense, I guess. It sure is.
Yori's been knocked down. Someone cover for
No.
him.
Okay.
The best bet. Go, Polygoose!
Let's go. Okay.
We cannot pass this up.
His best is something. Yup. It sure is something.
Appreciate it.
Can't break me.
Good job, Yori.
Can't
Now
stop
strike
me.
back.
Oh, I'm just gonna smack him.
I'll go with
Hikari will be impossible to hit. Please. Please. No! Okay.
I'll take care of this.
Cheh.
Let's go.
Pull the trigger.
This is fine. No biggie. No biggie.
no problemo. What's the plan?
Munchie! Hi, Munchie! How are you?
Polygon's defense is
I wonder if
down.
there's
Be
a bear persona. Is there a bear persona? I should get an art of me into the teddy suit. That would be really cute. I need teddy art. How are you, Munchie? Have you been? Have you been? Birdie persona. No. You. Please. Thank God.
You avoided. Your defense is down.
Distress, let's go.
Incoming attacks.
Isn't there a teddy bear persona? Is there?
That'll help.
Yes, girl, dodge that weakness.
Let's see.
Is it? I have no idea. A little creepy, but teddy bear? I have to look it up. Surviving, but getting back into stuff. Nice! I'm good. Thank you for asking. What have you been up to? What have you been up to? I miss you. I hope you're doing okay. I hope life hasn't been too hard for you. I hope you've been cruising. Please? No. No, 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 no. Okay. I thought he was gonna hit Akiko again.
We're just getting started.
Takeba's defense is down. Be careful.
Yeah, I'm still gonna use a Keto. There is a little creepy teddy bear? Okay, hold on.
Let's
I wanna know what
continue
this is.
exploring.
I wanna know what this is. Bugbear. I can't remember it. What arcana is it?
Damn, I'm getting jacked.
Uh-huh, new skill, huh?
Why do you say it like that?
All right.
Uh-oh. Huh? Kyujo-senpai? You're breaking up on us. Sorry about that. Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, it's back to normal. Having any trouble on your end? We're pretty high up. The signal must be getting spotty. Aww. Well, I hope that life will stop wrestling with you. I hope that you can cruise on by. Fool in some games, death in some. Lovely. Ah, Munchie, thank you for the meow. doesn't show up in 3 and 4, but it does in P5. Oh, okay. I don't even remember seeing it in P5, honestly. Recon isn't really in the wheelhouse of Mitsuru's persona. She manages well enough through supplemental equipment, but even that has its limitations. Sorry to give you a cause for concern. That being said, our equipment still has a bit more range to spare, so that shouldn't be a problem. I'll try to figure out the connection issues on my end. You all go up ahead and keep exploring for now. I should be hitting the block though, right? Is the block after this?
Hey,
Do you really need to play a Persona game? The Arsa. Have you ever played a Persona game, Munchie? Because if you haven't, 3 reload. Tuxedo. Tuxedo. Wait, is it only for me? Wait. God damn it. Is it only for Junpei? You look so stupid, Junpei. Yeah. Okay, 3 reload would be really good. Ah, shit. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Whatever. I didn't need it anyways. Oh yeah, Pina, look. Look at it. Came in on Steam recently. Yeah. So it's on Steam. It is also on Game Pass. If you have Game Pass, you can pretty much play it for free. Gio, welcome in. Thank you for the check-in. Hope you enjoy your matcha latte. Why is it in the walls, Pina? Is this your face in the walls? Have a good luck, Gio. Thank you for stopping on by. My new model looks amazing. Thank you. So this is the alt Guma. Yep, this is Pina. Is this what you look like in the walls? Kind of menacing, actually. It's late here and later for Pina. Oh, it's definitely late for Pina.
Is this?
Another dead end. This is as far as we can go for now. Nice work. That's another checkpoint under our belt. Come on back whenever you're ready. Okay, perfect. I'm glad I did a lot of the... Oh, perfect. I can give this to Elizabeth. Old document 2. Kyojo's Ergo Research Lab is setting up a facility on this island. It doesn't make any sense. Even a rank and file researcher like me can tell. What is about to take place on this island? Perfect. I can now just worry about doing social stuff. Yeah! I love doing the social stuff in this game. So much. Here we go. the stare. Pina? It's late for you. It's real late for you. Oh, hello? Oh my god. Wait, I didn't know that she like sways to the side and then just like walks in with you.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
God, she's so pretty.
Registering ice. Will you register it to the
Yes,
completed
put everything
registration?
in.
Please take a look.
Anything
Are
I
you in
confuse?
search of
Anything
new
fun?
power?
Oh, it's sweet. Well, it is a rice wine, right? Are you doing the makgeolli? She shows up after requests open. Oh yeah, her model is so nice.
It is a special persona you desire, is it not?
It's okay, I don't want to.
Well
I just want to see what these are. Okay, who is
shall we
available?
take a
Let me-
look?
Johanna.
You can't control this one yet.
Johanna. Wait, like Makoto's persona, Johanna? Game Pass a look. Hear a lot of good things about Persona. Just want to stop and say hello and glad you're doing. Thank you for stopping in, Munchie. I know it's a little late for you, but it's so nice to see you. Thank you for stopping in. I hope you can take it easy, okay? Hello? I need her. I need her.
Might be too much for you.
Damn it, she's level 28 though. Okay, let's... Did you confuse Captain Kidd and the others? Oh, that's true. That's true.
This persona is powerful. This persona is powerful.
What are you? Another... Zio. Oh, wait. Okay, but fire and wind is blocked. So we have pretty high.
This would be a wise choice. This persona.
Slime.
Yes?
Gross.
Is this acceptable?
Oh my god. I always really liked Inugami back in like the P3 games. Oh wait, this is way out? No. Chimera. Okay, maybe I'll do
This
Barrett.
would be a wise choice.
That's okay. I want to keep my Jack Frost.
You can't control
Jesus.
this one yet.
Slime gross, but damn, that blob makes some good fusions. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, long dog. We love the long dog. It is hanged.
This persona, yes?
Let's see. Wind, foul breath, poison boost. What levels are your persona? Let me check actually.
Have you all the elements you need?
Ooh, I gotta make Black Frost later. But I need King Frost. I think
Are
my
you
highest
finished?
one.
We look forward.
Probably, I won't worry about fusing personas right now, but my highest one might only be like 13, 14, 15, I think? I have no idea. Okay, so ignoring the DLC ones because I was dumb and I went ahead and got them. It would be 13 for Archangel. And then Valkyrie. Oh, hello, forgiveness divine. Wait, this is new? Okay. I didn't know there was like phrases. Hold on, I can't really move, but I'll read it. Vanquish evil, knock 'em dead, hell yeah. Dawn of a new tale, do unto others, to do is to be, dawn of a new tale. Oh, okay, or yeah, of course. Of course, the protag personas are dawn of a new tale. Forgiveness is divine, and who am I? Same. See some of the lower ones? Yeah. Okay, I'll do that then. Hold on. Let me.
Good day. Here are my. Let's hear the.
Yeah, money.
Wonderful. Very. Let's hear the results. You must know.
Oh, game console.
By
Perfect.
all
Okay.
means.
You're
Very
right.
well.
Okay, let me see. I could do the fuse where I pick the
Welcome
personas,
to the
right?
Velvet Room.
I think is there.
Are you in search of new power?
Which will you choose?
Oh, Chimera.
Take all the time you need to consider.
Do I have Emperor? Oh, I do have Emperor. Okay, maybe I'll just go. Okay, you're right. You're right. Nappy heard you on my phone and gave it one of those affectionate head. Oh. Does Nappy recognize my voice?
This would be a wise choice.
I will do Jack-o'-lantern, so I have.
Please choose what skills to inherit.
Oh God. I'll give him. I guess I'll give him. Should I give him a Garu? Should I give him a? Jack, yeah. I really love the lineup. Fear. I'll do light. Oh wait, I can do both. Oh wait, I can do 3. Okay. Baisuda would be good to have. I think I already have a Baisuda on somebody else, so I'll just do Holy Arrow.
It seems you have been
Yes.
blessed. Why, this is exciting.
Maybe it's hard to tell. The animation is so pretty for the freaking fusions, I swear. I love when it goes through your head. Look at him! He's so cute. Oh, it seems the magician's social link has blessed you with even more power. Yeah. Okay. And then do we? Her. No. Nah. We have death already, right? I have that social
This
link?
would be a wise
No, I
choice.
don't. Okay. Oh, I hate that. I don't think I could fuse that. Nope, I don't need it. I don't need it, actually.
This power might be too much for you. This power might be too much
This
for
will
you.
also be too much. Okay, that's fine. I'll just stick with these. How are you, Soren? Are you still debating on getting? Are you gonna pre-order that figure? Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do it? It's a good figure. Just saying.
Please choose the personas you would like to fuse.
Is this acceptable?
Momoroki. Jack Frost is my persona. She says, "Oh, okay, I'll switch. I'll make sure." Jack Frost, though, right? Not Jack o' Lantern.
Take all the time you need.
Are you finished?
Hold on.
We look for
Peanut, what are you gonna do now that you're awake? What is the plan? Oh, nope. Okay, Jack Frost is now my... What did she say?
good day.
Oh, is there something I can assist you with?
Oh my.
My, I see you've acquired a Jack Frost. This adorable round figure, this mischievous countenance that makes it impossible to discern his thoughts.
Marvelous.
He is true perfection. Oh yes, when you pair him with Jack-o'-lantern, they put on quite a hysterical performance. Why, it may just knock you off your feet. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend you do so. Oh my god. I love what she said. Wait.
Of course.
Oh, dang it. She basically said Jack Frost's head
Very
empty. You're considering it? Soren, I think you should do it. I'm gonna enable you. You should do it. Awake temporarily. I don't know. Peanut's sleep schedule has been a little all over the place. He's perfect. She gets it. He's just round. He's just a little guy. Okay. Remind me. I gotta go to the nurse. I'm gonna go straight to the nurse after. Oh, I should have said calm down.
Yeah.
About that girl, Fuka Yamagichi, I hadn't lost hope that she'll join our team. Dude, I've actually seen her around. And yeah, she does look kind of frail, but that just makes me want to be strong enough for the two of us. I'll agree with you there, Junpei. I'll agree with you there. But she's good, she's best girl. Oh god, okay. Today I'll be covering the Kofun period in our history. I don't know though. Do any of you think this stuff's relevant? I mean, I can slap together some clay statues that look a lot better than theirs did. Oh my god. Sengoku era. Speaking of the Sengoku era, there was this one general they called the Warhawk of the battlefield. He's so obsessed. I will stay awake.
And so,
You may do not get near her. Truly. Huh? You want to hear more about the Kofun area? Era? Blah, 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 blah. Period? I read too fast there. Well, if you insist, go look up the Kitora Tome in Nara. It's really famous. I'm gonna be so smart. I'm gonna be a genius by the end of this. Let's see. Chihiro and Kenji will go up. Bunkichi. And then... Okay. Let me go to the nurse office before I forget. This one? Yeah, that's this one. Nurse, thank you. Personaing going okay? Yes, it is going okay. I pretty much got to the next block of Tartarus in the first 2 days, or like the first after exams, and I have kind of a little bit until the next full moon. I think, when's the next full moon? Do you remember? Does anybody remember? It's in like 2 weeks? A week?
Good.
Hold on. Actually, I can check a calendar. That'll help, right? You do not. Ah, unfortunate.
Okay then.
6-8. Oh, okay. Perfect. Could have been 6-9, but they chose not to do that. No. No. Yes. I'm sorry to keep asking this, but do you have some spare time for me today? I'll be waiting to hear from you. Yeah, we'll go there. I'm just wanna... yeah, no, I'm gonna go straight to her. $6.10 best option? Is it because of a certain somebody's birthday? Gonna try to get some sleeps. Yeah, no worries, Pina. Get rest, get rest. I can't wait to see you play more of this game. Good night. What are we at right now? We're at what? Okay, yeah. We'll spend time with Chihiro. Actually, I'd like to stop by somewhere too. Could we go to the strip mall? For you, anything.
Sorry to drag you along while I go shopping. If you say so. But, thank you. I was so busy searching through the books. I'm sorry if I ignored you.
No, you're so cute.
I'm sorry it took so long. This place has so many interesting books. I was having a bit of trouble deciding. Do you read much, Senpai?
I read manga.
I love manga too. My bookshelf is full of shoujo manga.
Based.
I've
been reading so much shoujo manga lately.
The main character can't ask out the guy she likes. I think it's because I can relate to her.
An absolute keeper, Soren.
I'm sorry. This, probably isn't the best place to talk. The shop owners probably wouldn't want us standing here either.
No, they're so sweet. We're
Hey,
fine. We're
Senpai,
fine.
Is it boring for you to hang around with, someone like me?
No.
Oh, what a relief. I've been so worried about that this entire time. Up to today, I was able to, say what was on my mind to you. I want to stop being so afraid of everything, and I want to be able to talk to other people.
Girl,
my
same.
homeroom teacher, Mr. Takanozuka, he gives me a lot of class-related tasks, but I'm always so scared that all I can do is nod. Well, it's not much of a story, but my dad is a very scary person. I'm not living with him anymore. I can still remember the face he made when he got mad. So, whenever I see a man now, all I can think of is that face.
Oh.
Oh, no. I'm really happy that you care. Thank you.
Yes. To talk to people? What's that?
I should get going. I'll see you at school.
Oh, it's you. Welcome.
It's strange. The number of apathy syndrome victims seem to be on the rise again. Evidently, the prior decline was only temporary.
Huh?
If that's the case, then what's the point of fighting?
No.
If we do nothing, then everyone will eventually join the Lost. Our efforts have prevented the crisis from escalating to that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I'd hate to see what the city would be like if we could use our personas. Limited meal set. Let's see. Ma'am, you're so pretty.
Hello.
Whenever I look up at Tartarus, I'm always amazed at how many floors it seems to have. The tower reaches to the sky. It's gonna be a long and arduous journey.
Yeah.
Thinking about how many more victims there'd be if we couldn't fight shadows is pretty depressing. I'm glad you moved here. It's a lot less overwhelming with you here. There's no telling when all this will end, but together I know we can do it eventually. It's me, I'm people. Let's see. Let's see. What games are available? Oh wait, did you pay up here? Can I get the game console from him? Yes! Damn, that bowl looks so good. Is he just eating ramen? Give me your game console.
What is it?
Give me. Thank you.
No.
Oh wait, I didn't even talk to him.
By the way,
We are saving the city, right, Son of the Sun?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Why state the obvious? Well, because it doesn't really feel like it. It'd just be nice if we can get some kind of thank you. From the ladies, at least. Junpei, I swear. Our efforts probably won't be appreciated by the people in town, but if we don't fight, then the city will eventually be overrun with the lost. That's why we need to enjoy the pace and quiet. The peace and quiet whenever we find it. That's the result of our hard work.
Oh, right.
Make sure you don't forget that. You got it, Senpai. So much stuff. It is a Thursday. Oh, Soren, have you finished Yakuza already? I know you said you were almost to the end last time, or you did finish it? I can't remember. I'm so sorry. Carla's trying to send me to a femboy Hooters. Excuse me? Excuse me? And I was not invited? Oh. Yeah, nice! How did you enjoy it? Did you like the game? Did you have a good time playing it? Infinity round has to be attained and now I move on. Okay. I can come with you? Okay, perfect.
Would you wanna sell in bulk? Sure.
Yes,
That's the deal.
sell everything.
Uh-huh. What are you looking for?
Should I go?
What are you looking for? Take as long as you need.
Yeah, I'll
Is
go
that what
ahead
you
and
want?
upgrade.
Alright then.
Oh, what is she wearing right now? Oh god. Her shoes are not great. Okay.
That what you want?
My cousin apparently parties a lot in FF. Last week they were clubbing for someone's birthday? Wild.
Having second
Am I
thoughts?
gonna keep Yukari? Oh, yeah, I'll keep her
That
for
what
a
you
bit.
want? Alright then.
Junpei, good luck.
Uh-huh. What are you
I will
looking
also
for?
upgrade Yukari though. Holy crap, she needs
Everything
it.
look good here? Great. It's all yours.
What is he wearing right now? Okay, he's fine. I don't have to get him anything new yet.
What are you? You finished? Come back soon.
Please let me know whenever you take the Yakuza plunge. I will be here for it. Oh my god, Soren. Soren, I have the Yakuza games, but there's so much content to go through. For Yakuza though, I feel like I would get distracted by side quests, but like if you were to just play on average like the games, the main story, how long would you say the game is? Or else you go clubbing with them, just throw on a bikini and go. Yeah, as a bunny though, right? As a bunny though, right? Right around there? Right? 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 Oh, well then. Main story, each game is about 30 to 40 if you really rush it and don't voice act content. Oh. Okay, maybe. I don't know. I feel like I bought Yakuza to try and play it offline because I want to enjoy it. I probably will play it offline and then I'll come to you and cry to you about it.
Have you heard?
I heard from a younger guy in my club yesterday that a second year is getting bullied.
Huh?
That's crazy. Which second year? I don't know. All I heard is that it's pretty serious. I thought our school was peaceful, but I guess stuff like that still happens here. It seems like someone in the same grade as me is getting bullied. Oh, okay. I'll send you a thing so you can look at it. Okay, yeah. Just drop it in my DMs. Okay, so talking about like the story for this game though, it's really funny because I only have core memories of certain things, and I remember the beginning, I remember the end, and then I remember like 2 things in the middle. But other than that, I can't remember anything else. So this game is still pretty much like hee hee, playing this all over again. Oh no. Kyo, thank you for the ears. Oh my god, sir, you talk so much. You talk so much. Oh, okay, he's talking about meditation. Full lotus position, kick off is out. Holy crap, I did not know this is gonna be a full-on lesson.
That is to say.
So, what have we learned? Meditation can be aided through iconography rather than forcing an empty mind. Even Christian prayer can reach a level of meditation if practiced fervently enough. Yeah. Although, in that case, the imagined symbol is present for a reason other than meditational aid. It can be dangerous to plumb the depths of your consciousness, but by keeping a clear symbol in mind, you avoid teetering over the edge and plunging into the darkness. Go ahead and try meditating tonight, if you'd like. Alright, and that's it for today. I think it's so interesting that the school nurse is like into magic and stuff. Might get back into playing. Yeah, you should. Were you still on floor 177?
What a workout. I gotta teach those first years how to clean up properly. So then, I pretended to take a picture with my cell phone, and she totally freaked out and started crying. It was like we caught her red-handed or something. You should have seen the look on her face. It was priceless.
Wow, that's pathetic.
God, whenever I think about school bullies,
I've never
it's
laughed so
wild to
hard in
me.
all my life.
Like,
You're making fun of someone?
it's so unreal to me to still be a bully in high school. I understand in elementary,
Did you
but
hear?
man.
A voice? It's calling me.
Huh? What voice? I don't hear anything.
B-Dog! Hey, how's it going? Long time no see! How you been? How you
What's
been?
going on? Are you listening to me?
Can't imagine people that don't have their own money
Hello?
criticizing anyone. Yeah, honestly. It's wild. Been okay, work as usual. Anything
Are you
new going
feeling
on?
alright? Yeah, sorry. What were we talking about?
I'm good, thanks for asking.
They're
Been
finally gone.
enjoying Persona, as you can
I
see.
can't stand girls like that.
Yeah, honestly, Yukari, I cannot stand girls like that. It just does not make sense to me. Did anyone text me? Ah, of course. Sewing machine. Class is over. Sewing is fun. Wow. Thanks, BB. Work related. No, I'm over that social link. I don't want to do it. Friday. Wait, I should say. I can't work in anything, so. This is full moon, right? Okay, yeah. It's half moon. Okay. Had 2 people I was supposed to train, but they decided not to show up. No, I'm so sorry. That's the worst. I used to be a supervisor, so when I had no shows, I would just be like, huh? Why? Where is this? Who I need to? I sure am going after Kijo. Ugh, whatever. I'm not listening to you, sir. I hope the training goes better. God. Where am I going? Yeah, BB! Do I want to do temperance? What do I have? Let's see. Who else can I hang out with, though? Just need to make sure I get sleep before Monday. Ah, you got time, then. Oh my god, some of these people are so terrifying to see sitting. I think it's really crazy, like, I remember when I went to Japan, I definitely one morning saw a very drunk businessman passed out on the floor really early in the morning, and I was just like, oh my god. Why?
Marvelous.
Part-time job is pretty hard. Oh, yeah, get your 8 hours.
I'm looking. Here are my. Let's hear the result.
There you go.
Oh my.
Oh, she doesn't know what a game console is. Sweetie. Did he have his tie wrapped around his forehead? He did not, but I definitely saw some in the evenings when they were like, when the businessmen were out drinking and they were like straight up just, this guy was passed out. They were carrying him and I was just like, oh my god. It's really crazy to me how drunk they, like, businessmen will let themselves get. Like, it's really scary, because I'm just like, oh my god, do you not know?
Very well.
Like, I understand it's the culture to be drinking and not deny drinks from, like, your superiors, but... yeah, no worries, Kyo. Please take care. Yeah, it's really scary how common it is, honestly. Like... you would think that it's just like, haha, this is just an anime. There's no way people would get this blasted and blackout drunk, but they do get that blackout drunk. So I get like so nervous whenever I read like manga that has like, what is it, like an office setting, and these people are just like forced to drink. Money is an offering. Hang out with Z. Yeah, I don't know. It's wild to me.
Greetings!
Greetings! Yes. I will most definitely go to the fashion club. Katajikenai! You have a great sense for sewing. For sewing, oh my god. Please do show me more of your skills today.
So up, so down, so all around. If the Koku doesn't sew, then I will show it. We should take a break for now. You have gotten much better at this. Subarashi! Wonderful! Ooh, so humble. That is very admirable. Kanshin.
I swear, I probably do BB's.
By the way, I have a question for you.
I probably do BB's link the most, mainly because of like the voice. I was just like, it's just a sewing club, it's just a fashion club. It's such a perfect voice, right? Honestly, it's my favorite voice.
Would you like to make something Japanese, but what? A kimono!
Also, the models are so well
It
animated.
has to be a kimono.
He's so cute.
But kimonos are very hard to make. I don't really know where to start. And the material is not exactly affordable. I have to think about it. But I appreciate the advice. You are the only one I can talk to here in this country.
Oh,
As long as I
I
have
love
you,
BB.
I will be okay. Daijoubu.
Hey, Yobu. Ugh. Yeah, I definitely want to go through the rest of his social rank. He's so cute.
Oh la la, look at the time. I must make my way home now. I'll be back.
I'm so glad he kept that! Oh my god. It's so funny though, because I'm watching, so Pina's been streaming for me, her Persona play, and she's playing in Japanese. And his Japanese is so cute too, though. The voice acting is just so good. How did I do it this way? Let's start. If I... it is girl failure and male wife. What? Wait, why is Akihiko texting me? Hello? 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 Wait, I cannot pass up. I cannot pass this up. I'm tearing up. Oh my god. Finally. I've been waiting for this. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him.
Yo.
Did you see my text message? Want to go grab a bite? Oh, I can't wait to get to know. I get to spend my evening with him, hands together on my knees, like hee hee. Yes, I will never deny.
I've gotten a lot of my edge back since I've been able to focus on my training. I've been meaning to thank you for that. You've really stepped up as our leader. So tonight's on me. You've got enough responsibility as it is.
How goes Gooma at Waffles? Gooma's going great right now. I'm on a date. I'm on a date with the best boy. Oh, good. I'm starving.
So you've got talent and an appetite. I think you'd make a pretty good athlete. Just don't push yourself too hard. Things will get easier with experience. And if you need anything, let me know. I'll do whatever I can to help.
Excuse me?
No, go away. You're interrupting. Stop. Stop it. Go away.
Sanada-san from Gekukan High. I heard you lived in Iwatodai.
He's so popular. Get away.
Here?
Brr, 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 brr.
We're big fans of yours.
Can't believe.
Can we get a picture with you?
No.
I'm busy, and I don't like having my picture taken.
I kept hearing rumors that you were injured. Are you okay now? Do you need any help? Is there anything I can bring you?
Stop being so overbearing. Go away.
Who do you think that is?
Not sure. Celebrity, maybe? Want to go see?
Oh my god. Oh.
Let's go.
Yeah, I just gotta leave. That's it. Bye.
Sanada-san!
No.
I've had this problem at school, but I didn't think it'd happen out here too. It's probably because of those interviews, or the rumors online. I've gotten all kinds of attention as I've kept up my winning streak. You could say that again. I'm not some panda in a zoo for everyone to gawk at. All I want is to be as strong as I can. I want to train hard and feel real pride in my strength, while all I ever seem to get is more trouble. All right, until you've given up, let's head out to eat. For real this time. We only have so many hours left in the day.
Did you get it, Soren?
Hey, don't be like that. I know a place that'd be perfect for us, girl.
God damn it.
Please, just leave us alone. We're not interested.
He wants to be stronger.
Drink, that's all we're asking. Come on, it'll be fun.
We said no, okay?
Hey. Leave them alone. You don't want the police to get involved, do you?
I'm swooning. Hello?
Who the hell are you?
What? You want to call the cops? Quit trying to act like a big man, you little punk.
Yeah, time for you to piss off.
You piece of...
What a swing. What a swing, my guy.
Got some slick moves. I bet you know how to fight, all right?
So what if I do?
How about you and I go a few rounds? If you ain't too busy, there's a spot around back. Whenever I see guys who think they're hot shit, all I want to do is put them in their place. I bet a lot of people call you a tough guy.
It's you!
So how about we
It
put
is
to the
me.
test?
I am so gay for Akihiko.
What? Is he scared now?
See? I told you. Nothing but trouble. Stay here. I'll be done in a minute.
I'm swooning, sir?
Beat me just like
Sir?
But don't worry. I won't go all out against an amateur. It's gotta be a fair fight.
Hey, over there! Break it up! Let's beat it.
I told you, officer. They were the ones antagonizing us.
And I told you we'll hear all about it down at the
No!
You're high school students, aren't you? We'll need your contact information to notify your parents about this.
If I could butt in.
And Kurosawa-san.
I'll handle these two. I've already cleared it with the brass.
He's here!
I don't know what's going on here, but you better not be starting any trouble. Then why'd we get a report from two ladies saying you were attacked by a group of...
This is so hilarious, honestly.
They wanted to test my strength. I was just giving them what they wanted.
In the middle of a public street? You really need to think things through. Listen, I'm an officer of the law. I don't care who you are. Anyone who disturbs the peace is gonna have to deal with me.
Oh my god.
As you can see, your friend here is a bit of a hothead.
Oh, he's hot,
I know
alright.
it won't be easy, but try and keep an eye on him, would you?
Leave it to me.
Those are some bold words. But thank you. My arm's healed, and we've got way more dependable people now. There's no better time to test my strength. Especially now that we have someone like you. We really lucked out on that one. So I'm gonna keep honing my skills. That way, I can put down anyone I face with my own two hands.
You really haven't changed at all. In any case, don't get in over your heads. I have a hunch the guys you ran into were from a gang that's been active around here recently. Just be careful. You don't want to get on their bad side, because once you're on it, you'll never get off. All right, it's late. You better head on home.
This is literally the
So
best
much
way to
for
pass the
eating
torch.
It's been non-stop interruptions all night.
I know. I'm trying to have a nice little date with my
We should
boyfriend.
probably head home.
No!
Yeah, I'll meet you some other
No!
time. I'm gonna do some jogging on the way back. You wanna join?
I'll join. I'll join. I'll do anything for him.
Good answer. It's dark, so watch out for cars. I'm gonna run ahead. You just follow at your own pace.
Oh my god. I feel like my stamina has improved after running that long of a distance. Wait! You get stat increases for this? Is it? I don't remember that. Right? I don't remember that. Is that new? Oh, well, thank you for the hydrate. I actually just hydrated, but I will take it again. That's so cool! Okay, so these hangouts in general are new. Okay, because this I don't even remember from like from Portable in the Thumb route. Like this is the new stuff that they added for the boys. He gave me a boost too. I did hang out with him, so I can't remember. Oh wait, no, I did not hang out with him. Heck. Okay. Oh, that's true. They're social links. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. But I did not hang out with Junpei. What does Junpei do? Is it strength? Or it just depends on like the hangout? Damn. I gotta go back.
Yep. You know what?
Poor Junpei. I think I didn't. It's okay. If I do it again, I'll hang out with Junpei next time. His was health also? Okay, yeah, because this was also health, I assume. Okay, I will definitely hang out if they text me to hang out. But if I have to choose between Junpei and Akihiko, it's definitely gonna be Akihiko.
Yeah, I heard they have no idea what happened.
Oh my god, isn't it so bizarre?
He mentioned being turned into a video game. Oh, he did! Okay, I did not notice the stat increase there. I thought that was just a normal hangout. Yeah, I also hope they wouldn't overlap. That's like all new content that I want to see.
Man, everyone's talking about it. People sure got a lot of time on their hands. So, you hear about it too? A girl from 2E went missing while she was out late last night. And this morning, they found her lying in front of the school gate.
That's really
Nobody knows
scary.
what happened. And supposedly, she's still unconscious.
Morning.
Yo, Yucatan. Man, this is a tough case. Even for Junpei Iori, ace detective.
Ace detective? You're so dumb.
Thank you.
More like Stupe, ace defective.
Where'd that come from? Actually, now that I think about it, I haven't seen you all morning. Where you been?
I was talking to the teacher. And that girl they found? I saw her yesterday on my way back from practice.
The iconic
She
line,
seemed just
I know.
fine then.
Huh. The plot thickens.
Okay, so honestly, I really, oh man, the dark tones that they take in P3, although I know there's like dark tones in every game, it just like, I don't know, P3 hits harder and it's crazy. Oh, Saturday. Okay, sale. Movie, brain food. I love the little emojis that Bunkichi uses. A gift. Try to use emojis. Isn't that rad? Totally gnarly. I'll teach you how to use them. So come by the shop. He's so cute. Okay. What did people do? I want to see. Hung out with Maiko, Yuko, Suemitsu. Oh, also, I have not found Suemitsu for his social link. Am I crazy? Did I miss him? Does he have to be in the classroom at a certain time? Because I've definitely missed out on him, and I don't know how to backtrack to get to him again. Let me go to the mall first, check the sales, because I do need a lot of SP stuff.
You got it. You'll like the new stuff we got in stock. Take a look around, yeah?
Oh wait, I don't get SP items here. Forgot. Oh wait, muscle drink though. I need to give this to Elizabeth. I don't think I got her this yet. Did I?
You gotta tell now. I never felt like
You haven't unlocked him yet? Okay. Yeah, because like I see people are hanging out with him, so I'm just like, should I have unlocked him?
Stop by when
He
you
is
need
tied
a
to
little
ranking up
pick-me-up.
magician. Oh, that makes sense why I haven't unlocked it. Because I refuse to touch the magician social link.
Which ones? That's all. Thanks. You got everything you need? Thanks.
I think I already got a muscle drink to Oh no, I didn't. Okay, perfect.
Good. Here are my wonderful.
A muscle drink. Though it looks delicious, it seems toxic at the same
You have
time.
my thanks.
Thank you for bringing me this. I will slowly savor each sip later on. Please take this as your reward. Ah, perfect. A trade. Beef bowl! Okay, umisho.
Oh, yes.
And then...
By all means.
Oh my god. 12 different drinks? Okay, I'm gonna do that now.
Means. I shall be waiting then.
What did I give her? Oh shoot, it doesn't even say.
I shall be waiting then.
Okay, okay. Hold on.
Very well.
What do I have? Oh, I have Cylon tea. Okay. Alright. Where are the vending machines? Station. There you go. Here's one. Doctor. Oh my god, I forgot these ridiculous names for the drinks. Okay, so I have 4. Are they different on either? Okay, they're the same. Let me go to the other station. Yellow mist. Sobe. What is Sobe supposed to be? Mad Bull. I can't go into here yet. Vending is. Oh, Sobe. Okay, wait. Is it supposed to be pronounced Sobe? I didn't realize that. Okay. Oh my god. Is there a vending machine at the school? There is, right? Okay, not on this floor. Maybe out towards the gym? Outside? Oh god. Eh. Wait, I have 7 drinks now, right? Okay, wait. Dang it. Okay, never mind. I guess there was no vending machine. Port Island Station. Did I go to, is the station outskirts any different? Cat! I forgot! Can I not give it the food? I have the food, right? The super cat food? I feel like I have not touched this area. Yeah, I have definitely not touched this area. Hello? Can I? Eh. There we go. Okay. I went to the station. Oh, let me check the strip mall. Got it. There. Okay. No vending machine. The vending machine, does it change daily? Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Cat Living Boy. Forever. It's the same as always? Okay, so I just have to find different locations for the drinks. Oh, there's one. Why is this called Nasty? Vtubear and Fountain Dew. Okay, so the last 3 I think are in the dorms. Okay, I can do that later then. So who am I gonna hang out with? I'll hang out with Michael. God, she's so cute both in English and in Japanese.
Hey! Have you seen Stripey?
Stripey?
Oh,
Stripey! Oh!
Stripey! There you are.
This guy.
You don't look so good. Are you sick?
Yes. I'm surprised you could tell.
Huh? You really are sick?
No, I was kidding. You're so easy, Maiko.
I kind of vaguely remember him.
I trusted you. Don't tease me just because I'm a kid.
And who are you? Ah, so you're the one she was talking about. I was wondering what you were like. Do you see yourself as her guardian? Or are you simply two children playing together?
Hey, I'm hungry now. I want takoyaki. Takoyaki!
I also want takoyaki. Maybe I'll get some tomorrow.
I'll pass, thanks. See you later.
He's gone. I usually see him around the shrine on Sundays. I pass by on the way to cram school. Okay, it's takoyaki time.
I forgot, is he another social link? Or just like another character?
It's so hot I almost burned myself. I remember one time my dad burned his mouth on this stuff because I put too many in his mouth at once.
Oh my goodness.
Dad hasn't been coming home much these days. It's my birthday soon. Do you think
Social
he'll
link,
come
yes,
home and
okay.
see me?
I feel like in the fem route he was very different. Not different. It was an interesting social link. This is a really good small child voice, right? The Japanese is also just as good, I feel. No.
I don't know what to think. My mom always gives me presents.
Not this
on
version
my
of the song with
birthday.
the piano.
She hasn't asked me what I want this year yet. If they really loved me, they wouldn't get a divorce. You're the only one who spends time with me.
Oh my god, suddenly interrupted with the rank up sound.
Oh, I have to go home. Today's laundry day.
This version of the song is so good.
If I don't do laundry, the house gets really messy. See you later, okay?
Oh, welcome back.
Uh-oh. What? Just for trying to have a little fun with the frog head? Oh, I see. Wait, so your cousin doesn't know that you were playing before?
Sorry.
Alright, no Tartarus tonight. Oh, right, vending machine. Oh wait, do I not already have these? Yeah, I do. Dang it. Are they different on different floors? Yes! Okay, perfect. Oh, Starvix, Cylon Tea, Aquafina. I cannot believe this. Not really. Just you down there. Oh, okay, that's fair. Do you live near a lot of family, Aurelio? Oh, wait. I need to go to the room. I will walk. I will physically walk there, I guess.
Marvelous.
I'm looking forward to it. Here are my requests.
Oh, shoot. There you go.
I've been waiting for you.
13 hours! That's very far. That's very far. I definitely would just been like, yeah, no, don't really talk to my family if they don't live near me.
Oh my.
There are this many? It'd be such a waste to simply drink them. Perhaps tonight I will hold the ritual known as the after-work drink, performed by laborers. Oh, Elizabeth, you're so cute. In any case, the request is now completed. Please take this as your reward.
Are you accepting a request?
Oh, bigger eater challenge. Okay.
A shame. By all means.
Yes, I will gladly do this for you. Brothers in Hungary, so that's even further. Oh my gosh! Okay, but he's moving a little closer to home. You have a lot of family that are from like out of country.
Very well.
It is a Saturday. What do people do? Oh. Wait, so is she... Wait, so is she voicing both Mitsuru and Elizabeth this game? Okay, Mitsuru is new. But this is the old voice for Elizabeth. So Elizabeth stayed the same, but she is also the old voice of Mitsuru. Because they basically sound the same, yeah. Oh my god, that's so cool. Ah, so another old voice actor. Okay, okay, okay. Because the other one that also is here is Yukari's dad, right? Do I have money? Oh my god, wait. I will work at the movies today for more money. Let's wreck some demons today, XD. Oh my god. I have 16. Okay. Let's see what we're gonna get. What is it? See what's on today. Also, have discovered this is RNG for sure, because Pina definitely got something different to buy on the second Sunday.
I'm good.
Healthy life set.
Good.
Health sandals. How much?
Not bad.
Okay, I'll take it. It's fine. I thankfully have the money for it. Bye-bye. Tanaka should be a set. Tanaka. Hmm? Oh, is it? Oh, maybe then. I guess I wasn't paying attention then. Probably. That's interesting. The Sunday Shop Man. Yeah, okay. I guess I did then. Perfect. I just made back the money that I just spent. Tanaka's amazing commodities? Yes. Oh, ma'am. Limited meal set. What are you doing here, ma'am?
Honestly.
Aw, the bullying. Look at him eat his beef bowl. He's so cute. Hello. I want to cook already. I want to cook for everybody. Oh wait, which one? Okay, I'll save. Yeah, I'll save this one. I want to do the burger. I'll do the burger. When is the challenge? Nighttime only. Wild Burger, a Big Eater challenge is underway. Ah, yes. I will do it. I'll do the Big Eater challenge. For Elizabeth. Oh my god, so many burgers! No matter how much I eat, the amount of burgers doesn't seem to decrease. Look away from the burgers. Eating while staring off into the distance made me feel a little better. I feel like I'm making progress, but I shouldn't get ahead of myself. Wash it down with some soda. Wait, I feel like that's gonna fill me up. No! Ugh. Okay, I got 2. Hey, okay. Now it's just my academics. Rico! Hey, what's up? How's it going? How's it going? Welcome in, Raiders! Tora Raid! Welcome in, Vasotha. How have you been, Rico? Oh my goodness, hold on. Let me get you a quick little shout out. Rico. Hey, How was your stream? What were you chatting about? Welcome in, you guys. For those of you that don't know me, hello, my name is Gumari. I am normally a brown bear VTuber, but I'm a little blue bear today to match the game. But I am currently consumed by Persona 3, so this is what I am inhaling and playing for the next couple weeks. I usually like to play some JRPGs or do a little art rigging on Live 2D. But yeah, I'm just getting back to the swing of streaming, so we're just playing some video games. You're reviewing some horrible gameplay. Oh no, what kind of gameplay? Master Rigger, thanks. Still practicing. Baby Rigger, baby Rigger. What have you been up to? I feel like I haven't seen you, or I haven't been able to like catch you in a while. Iron League VODs? Iron League, what is that? Dying of cringe. Oh no. Oh, we had a good stream though. Oh, I see. Just like Legends. Ah, I see. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My condolences. But yeah. Yeah, we haven't seen each other. Oh, you also just got back. Oh, okay. We're both back into it. Let's go. Have you, well, I hope you enjoyed, your break. If you were just taking a little bit of a break, if you had stuff to do, I hope you took care of it. Your condolences are accepted. Listen, I played League before. I also am just like, League. I've paid my time. I've lost my sanity. I've lost my toxicity. But I'm not sure what time it is for you. If you gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep, no worries. Please just like take care of yourself first. Absolutely enjoy catching you around. Thank you for dropping in and sharing your community. If you're gonna hang around, I'll be here. I'm just playing some Persona. You did your 8 years. I did my. I probably put in like 6-7 years. I'm good. I put in my 6 and 7 years back when level 30 was the max level cap. Also, hello, summer uniforms. I'm so excited. Ma'am. Yeah, I did my 6 to 7 years. I did my hee I'm gonna bring my laptop to school and play on campus. I was that degenerate. Everyone is so cute, right? God. You are, oh, her sweater. She's so cute with the tied sweater. No, wait. Oh, wait. I want to see you.
Oh.
Okay, there you go. Now I can look at you. Oh, she's so... Soren, this is for you. This is for you, Soren. Look at her. Look at her. You're okay? You're okay, Soren? Ah, I see. You're normal? Nothing! I'm not doing anything! I'm not doing anything. Oh, I'm looking at the manga. Look at her! She's just so cute. I love her little choker. Very cute, very cute. I'm just trying to get close to her face. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not doing, listen, I'm in TOS. I was just trying to look at her face and, you know, get a close up on the choker. Listen. Anyways. Ooh, oh man, I'm a fool. I realized I should wait during sales to buy stuff. Did you note that Mitsudu gifted you a choker? Like, okay, as if that isn't for Yukari. I did note that. Do I still have that actually? Do I have it? Oh, I think I equipped it, I think. What do I have equipped? What do I have equipped? This one? Hee hee. Yeah, it's equipped. It's equipped. Oh, I forgot to... Oh no, I did switch some stuff over, okay. Oh, let me give this over to Akihiko. What do you have right now? Leather gloves? Cheh. You can have the power band. You look away. It's yeah, it's there. It's there. She's wearing it. She's wearing it. Reduce pierce damage. What is Junpei weak to? What does he have that he is weak to? What are you weak to, sir? Garu. Okay, thank you. Did I have a win thing for him? No. Okay, got it. Okay, I'll just give him endurance or something. He's weak to Yukari. Wow. Aren't you also weak to Yukari? Hee, the men are weak to women, of course. As they should be. That's how you remember it? That's a very smart way to remember it, actually. I'd never thought about it that way. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I'll give it to Akihiko, and then Junpei can have the red vest. I guess. Wait, this is so funny. Resist freeze fills the wearer with a burning passion no chill can extinguish. Wait. Oh. Okay, I'll leave it on him. That's fine. A slight breeze could take me out. Listen. It's fine because it's Yukari. I can work at Chugall Cafe for money. Track practice. No. New burger. Wait, where am I going? Oh wait, I guess I could check. I could update the shoes.
Running a little sale today. See if anything
Oh,
catches
okay.
your eye.
I did upgrade the shoes. Unfortunate.
Well, take as long as you need. What'll it be? Take as long as you need.
Okay, what is available? Small sash. I'll probably buy some stuff, I guess. Pixie Dust Talisman.
I have no idea what you're fighting out there. Just don't get in over your heads.
I'll buy it, but I don't think I'm gonna
Alright, got
equip it
some
yet.
new things in stock. Check it out.
Oh, I love listening to him. It's just Akihiko again.
How many? Sure now. Alright, I'll take that. How many? Sure now. Sure. It's a deal. What do you got? What do you got?
Check it out.
What'll it be? What'll it be? Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Okay, I think... Oh wait, do I have an extra?
What'd you bring?
Oh no, this is the old one.
How many?
Okay, I'll sell it.
You're handing that up. Alright, I'll take that.
Wait, what is... what is Yukari already using? Ooh, okay. Higher damage. Oh god, the damage would be so much better though. Rage. Okay, rage is good.
You made it. What do you got? How many? You're handing that over? Sure. It's a deal. You finished? Come back soon.
Okay. What do you got? What do you got for me? Charm. I need academics. Okay, maybe I'll hang out with somebody at school then. No, just kidding. It's just him. I will hang out. What am I doing? What did people do? Maiko, Miyamoto, Suemitsu, and Otagiri. Studied your fortune. What was the next best thing for academics? I guess I could just... Can I work here in the afternoon? Oh right, I can't. Okay. Academics Day is Wednesday. Okay, I will never remember. I will constantly be checking. Can I eat in here? Movie, but it'll be the same as arcade. Mondays, Thursdays, oh, nights, okay. Oh, wait. So, what do you have to offer?
Well, take your time.
Flowers. Let me get a buff potato sprout. Yes. Just get one for now.
Please, come again.
Courage. No, I also... I need academics. Okay, I'll just eat, I guess. It's fine. It's cheap. It's okay. I'll take academics if I can get it raised up to 4. Ugh. And then I can come back again in the evening for another meal. Ugh. Oh, everyone's so cute in their summer
Ever
fits.
check out the student message boards and stuff? You know how last week that girl was found by the front gate? And that.
Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, I'll have to use the washroom right after.
One ghost story that did it.
Come on, nobody really believes that stuff, right?
What's this ghost story about?
What? It's probably made up. We don't need to go into details, do we?
I'm interested. Go on, tell us.
You got it. Here goes. Good evening, and welcome to Junpei's Believe It or Don't.
Hold on. I feel like I need to match the vibe for this. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. There we go. This is what had you laughing last night? Oh my god, I'm so ready.
Strange things in this world. Legend has it, late at night, after everyone has gone home, a maniacal ghost roams the halls and devours anyone caught in its grasp. The other day, this friend of mine, let's call him Witness A. Anyway, he said to me, "Hey, Iori, I saw
this
something
even is so
weird the
good."
other day." He sounded so serious, so I asked him what he'd seen. He told me he saw the girl from 2E and claims he watched her go into the school on the night before the incident. I told him I don't believe it, not even for a second. That girl from 2E ain't the type to go wandering around at night. But Witness A was as white as a sheet. He swore to me it was true. Then it hit me. If the girl was found unconscious at school, then maybe the ghost really did make her its dinner. It all made sense. She went to the school at night and walked right into its deadly trap. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I broke into a cold sweat. Yes, there truly are some strange things in this world. Believe it or don't.
Oh my god, what a mood setter, Junpei.
What do you think, Akihiko?
Okay, I'll turn it off now. I just needed it for that very moment. The mood was there.
Seriously? Not one word about my.
Thank you,
amazing
Zeno. Zeno
performance
did
this
so good. Holy crap.
I'm not so interested in the ghost part, but it does sound like it's worth investigating.
So, you're afraid of ghosts, huh, Yucatan? Didn't know you were such a chicken.
What? Who are you calling a chicken? Fine then. Let's investigate it. Each of us will ask around for the rest of the week and gather information. This ghost story's just a bunch of nonsense. I'll show you.
Sounds good to me. The story is a bit unnerving, isn't it?
Huh?
Well, leave it to you guys then. Would have been too scary for me.
What?
Oh my goodness. Time, games, meals. Okay. Hello, she's on the computer tonight. That's so cute.
Sorry.
I'm trying to find stuff online about that ghost story. It seems like it could take a while though. So I'm not gonna go to Tartarus today. Sorry. No worries.
Let's see.
If Takaba won't go to Tartarus tonight, perhaps it would be better to go when everyone can join us. Though I have to admit, I'm a bit curious about these supposed hauntings. Sir, look at those arms. They're out.
Oh?
Hikari seems pretty serious. Well, it's good to be that invested in things. If you're free, how about lending her a hand? How? Okay. I will simply eat more food. And also, I will put myself into the scene and then I'm gonna step away real quick for the washroom. I'll be right back. Myself. Hello. I live. I'm alive. Ah, I was hoping to level up academics. Give him a jump scare. Hello. Ah, another one of these moments.
I'm back, just as I promised. How have you been?
I can't stop laughing, thinking about the fact that is just Alex again. Get out of here. Do I say it? Do I say the thing? Did I say the thing? It's okay, I'll just say it's you.
I'm glad you remember me. In another week, the moon will be full again. The next ordeal will be upon you. Be careful. Until next time.
Morning.
I'm just gonna do my best from today onwards. With what?
Hey, listen.
The ghost story, duh. Did you already forget what we talked about last night? Well, whatever. I'm gonna look into everything there is about it. Remember, we'll share our findings on Friday. Could you also try gathering information too? Like, maybe you could talk to some students after school. Ah, okay, I see. This is the job. I have to remember my plants. What I planted. I think it'll be ready on June 8th. Gotta go back. We gotta check. This phrase, mono susamajiku, also appears in Ugetsu Monogatari. Of all the Ugetsu tales, I'm most fond of the one about the vengeful ghost wife. Wow, what a time. Such an eerie yet poignant story. Speaking of which, I've got a pretty good ghost story of my own. Care to hear it? Let me hear this ghost story. Then, my friend, the one who came with me into the tunnel, suddenly screamed, "There's a girl right behind you!" We ran back home, scared out of our wits. But not long after that, I started hearing the strangest thumping noises coming from inside the wall. And the faintest voice croaking, "Let me out. Let me out." As far as I knew, that room had always been vacant. Who was in my wall? Was it Pina? Is Pina in your wall, sir? So, one night, I decided to go right up to the wall where the sounds came from and knock on it. All of a sudden, right in my ear, I hear this girl's voice loud and clear. "I'm here." And that's where the youngest member of my family came from. She grew up to be just like any other human, though. What? This ghost became her sister? Huh? Nowadays, I only lie awake in fear that she'll run off and marry this loser she's been seeing. Oops, there's the bell. Okay, class, that's all for today. What? Huh? Okay, I'm surprised that gives me academics just for listening to this teacher ramble on about his story. Alright. Alright. What'll we find out? Up to the students.
Hey.
And I'm not scared at all, alright? Uh-huh, uh-huh. You got it, Yukari. Let's see. Mitsuru Superfan. Did I hear? I haven't. Oh. I thought she was gonna talk about the ghost story, but of course she's gonna talk about Mitsuru. Keijo senpai would want a man who likes to study. Maybe I should study more. If I became the smartest in my class, she might accept me, even though I'm a girl. Bless you. Girl, you impress your woman. I heard Yamagishi-san fainted again, and she's taking days off from school. I wonder if she's okay. She doesn't look very strong. Inform students. Alright, what do you guys got? They said a girl in class 2C fainted too, and I heard it's apathy syndrome again. I wonder if it's contagious. I already told you, she just happened to faint in front of the gate. Apathy syndrome is so over-exaggerated. They'll get better if you give them some time. Doubt. Doubt. Wait, Chihiro! Look at her in this summer outfit. She's so cute. Let's see. Okay. I never expected anything like this to happen to someone from the school. Okay. Heck you. Not gonna talk to you. Is there anything worth getting here? No, it's all just HP. Oh, HP. Do you have anything to say?
Oh dear.
Did you hear that one of the students fainted? Is she alright? There's a lot of weird stuff going on out there. You should watch out too. My sister goes here too. It's a good thing she's not the kind of girl who stays out all at night. Anybody else? Anybody else to talk to? No. Other side? No. Let's see. Okay, I guess there isn't really anything. Oh wait, the hall. Corridor? This one. Okay. Ah, you again. Did you see that? He just threw a rock at oh my god, at the bird. No. Okay. So there's nothing really to talk about. Wait, what was the social link? Okay, I'll probably hang out with Bebe then. Because he is so cute. Oh, wait. Bibi or Chihiro? Ah, both of them go up. Treasures at 2. I'm at 3. Okay, I'll hang out with Chihiro today. I'd like to ask you a favor if you have time today. Yes, we will go out together today. This is kind of embarrassing, but will you help me with my homework? It's math, to be specific. Let's talk about it more at the library. Wow, study date? Cute. Wait, hold on.
Doesn't that sound pathetic?
I'm so amazed by like how much they put into this game. Like all the rooms and everything. It's just so cool to see.
I never even wanted this job. Someone else entered me into the running. I didn't think I would actually get elected, though. Oh, but I don't regret joining the student council or anything. If I hadn't joined, then I wouldn't have met such kind people, like you or the president.
Shut up. You're distracting us.
Shut up!
Oh, I'm sorry.
You guys aren't even studying.
If you're gonna flirt with each other, go do it outside.
How rude!
I'm so tired of this. I can't even pick up my pencil anymore. But if you give me a kiss, maybe I can study for
Oh my god. Heck off.
What are you going on about now? Come on, you gotta take this seriously. Don't you want us to go to the same college?
Just give me a kiss.
Oh my god, in the library?
All
Get
right,
out!
fine.
Wow.
They're really gonna
Wow.
kiss? Do they not know where they are?
They're gonna kiss? They have no shame.
That's right. I agree. This is supposed to be a place of learning, and they're still just kids. So I say this.
I mean,
as
they're
a
high school
member of
kids
the
at
student
least.
council, that kind of inappropriate behavior should not be tolerated at school. We should notify the student council president right away and discuss this at our next meeting.
Hold on, Chihiro. Hold on. I think... Okay. Oh, man. For the social link, I feel like I have to agree, but I'm gonna answer my honest feelings and just be like, that's kind of extreme.
What do you mean by that? You really don't think it's a big deal?
I'm sorry, Chihiro.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be raising my voice in the library.
I'm gonna get the link, the rank up anyways, but...
I don't want you to get criticized too.
Oh. It makes me feel bad for answering the way I did, but... I just can't bring it in me to be like... Oh, God, people should stop making out at school, you know?
I think I'm going to be stuck here for a while, so you don't need to wait for me.
No. But yeah, it just feels like... I don't know. It's a little extreme. It's a little extreme. And I understand I understand. It's school. You're supposed to be studying. Put down. My stuff! Health sandals. Okay. Who do I give it to?
Welcome back.
Hey, wanna go to Tartarus later? No, because I am at the block. It's fine. Okay, health sandals. Oh, they're pretty good. I did not realize that Junpei had only 8 evasion. I see. No poison. There you go, and then I can give Junpei the other ones. There we go. 2C9. What is everyone doing? Junpei is playing video games. That looks like a... Is it a PSP? Or a Vita? It looks more like a Vita. It's like a fighting game. I always like seeing how much detail they put into these games.
What?
Believe it or don't. Aw, Yukari.
Go.
Okay, let's see. I guess I will simply work. Another victim of those mysterious incidents was found at Gekkokan High. Oh shoot, I accidentally skipped it. If the victim was attacked somewhere else, they'd have to be carried to the front gate. But why would the culprit do such a thing? The reasoning doesn't add up. Anyway, there's high probability that Gekkokan itself is involved in all this somehow. Wow, I never realized how informative the game was to just be like, haha, GeckoCon is the center of it.
I'm looking.
Are
you accepting a request?
No, okay. Beef bowl. Umishi beef bowl. Let me go get one actually for her.
Very well.
Oh, that's not the one. One more, one more.
Well.
Heat soap when you eat increases all stats of one ally for the return.
Thank you.
Good day. Here are my wonderful.
It seems you've completed a request. One moment, please, while I check. So this is the famous Umiushi beef bowl. The aroma truly whets the appetite.
Very well then.
Now then, a bon appetit. Oh, I don't get to see her eat it. Dang it, man! I want a beef bowl now. I need to remember to get some quick eats tomorrow. How delicious! Something this delectable must have cost a fortune.
My.
It didn't? Then I must applaud this corporation's efforts to sell such quality food for cheap. Please take this as your reward. Wait. Hello, a male uniform for the women? I can't wait to see this. Have an overrun with the skill Mazio in your possession and report to Elizabeth. Okay.
The world you live in is so bright and colorful.
Okay, that's what I can do
It's
forever. Oops. I did not know that she speaks while you're in the menu. That's so interesting. They're standing real close. Gotta complete that challenge? Which one? Which one? Which one?
Good. Are you accepting a request?
Oh, I didn't. Oh, you're right. I have to complete it. Thank you. I forgot.
Very well.
I should do that. Strip mall. I need to remember what I did last time. I think I drank soda, so I shouldn't drink soda this time. We're gonna go again. Again. Look away from the burgers. I don't gotta look at it. Teak, break in between bites. I feel like it should be okay, because I don't want to choke. No! Damn it. Okay, I'll try again another night. It's okay. I'll get courage. It's fine. I feel like grown just by taking this challenge. Okay, next time is it. Next time is it. You're right. Shh. No one needs to know. 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 Wait, is this now? Is this the time now? Okay, yeah. I get confused with the rewind sometimes because I'm just like, it includes what time I'm currently at, right? Will this help though? Okay, it does, yeah. I was just like, it's weird that it would let me rewind to the current time that I am at. Oops. Okay. Look away. Eat without stopping. Will I complete it? Oh no, final stretch. Oh shoot. Oh, will it be this one? No, not again. Ugh. We will complete this challenge. We will complete it. Bring me back. Bring me back. First try, right? First try. Oh, why do I keep doing that? I want a burger now because I keep seeing this. This is the one I did. Did I savor the flavors? No! Why do I have to imagine something sour? That's such a weird thing to think about. I don't understand. I don't understand the thought process for these choices. Cheh. The last one trips you up. It does! It doesn't make sense. Terrible. Okay, first try. First try again. First try again. I almost just ate a mystery burger rather than doing the challenge, Jesus. So weird. Why would I imagine something sour? How would that maintain the pace? I could really go for a burger now. Man. Oh, wait! Why did they give me academics? How? Has that always given me academics? Oh, no, that's new. Okay. Why are you giving me academics? I'm so curious about this. Oh, it gives me everything. Wow! Oh, okay, cool. Now I can get this back. I can go to Elizabeth next night. Or next day. Oh, okay. Really? Shouldn't we just let Yuki-san handle it? I think she's taking this way too seriously, dude. Yeah, she can be pretty stubborn. I've got better things to do. Besides, I have plenty of scary stories up my sleeve. I bet the story I told the other night made your hair stand on end. They say it's true, though. Yeah. Junpei! Why are you telling so many scary stories? Who's texting me? Who's texting? Oh, so many people are texting me. What did people do? Anybody I can... Ah, okay. Bibi, Yuko, or Bunkichi. Here first.
Marvelous.
It's as if your presence emanates a far brighter radiance than before. Perhaps all your hard work is starting to show. Here, it may not be much, but this is my gift to you. Please accept it. Oh.
I'm looking forward
I still
to
cannot
it.
foresee the limits of your potential. I look forward to witnessing you grow even further.
Here are my requests.
There we go.
Wonderful.
It seems you've completed a request. One moment, please, while I check. I wasn't aware that completing it would grant you access to an off-menu combo.
Marvelous.
What a truly generous service. Though it has only made me yearn even more to challenge it myself one day. I only got Twilight brackets out of that? Okay. Wait, another one? Oh, I didn't finish it because I... Hee. Got it.
Very well.
Hee. I see. Get the beef bowl for her, and then I'll save. The set boost was, yeah, it was absolutely worth it.
Thank you.
Oh, I love that the silhouette also changes to the summer uniform. It's so good. All the UI is just so has me on my knees.
Are you accepting? Wonderful. Oh,
Okay, now I get the male uniforms. Thank God. Didn't want to miss out on that. And the details! Yeah, honestly. Oh.
good day.
Whenever you complete one of my many requests, I become ever curiouser about the world. Oh.
I'm looking forward to it.
Wait! We get to go out with her? Going out with Elizabeth will take no time at all, so don't worry. Oh, and this is... Oh my god, it doesn't take time? Hold on, I have to save. I have to
Very
save.
well.
But I get to take her out? How exciting. Oh my gosh.
Good day.
Please, ma'am, let's go.
I've been waiting for you.
I've been waiting for you to ask. Shall we be on our way? I miss this.
Oh my, an encounter with one of your world's exquisite treasures, right out of the blue. So
I did, yes. Theo did have dates. I completely forgot. I completely
Big
forgot.
sport of water, a precious resource and the very foundation of life. Such a sinful form of art. I've heard of its mystical powers, wherein those who offer coin may have their wishes granted.
That's maybe so.
Then I must try my hand at this. Fortunately,
How's the tartar sauce? Oh, it's
anticipated this
going.
and
It's
brought a hefty
great.
sum of coins.
Oh my god, please do not throw everything.
2,000 of your 500 yen coins.
No, 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 no,
to be
no.
exact.
No, no, no.
I shall make an opening bid of 1 million.
No, no, no. Elizabeth. Elizabeth, please do not.
Oh! I was so caught up in the excitement that I started tossing coins without giving my wish any thought. This won't
How are you,
do.
Tato? What are you up to?
I shall give it more careful consideration before I return here in the near future.
How much? She 200. 200 of my 500 yen coins. That's a lot of money.
What is this facility here? I see there's a gentleman inside with quite the stern face.
Debating between sleep and games, my
these
stream.
photographs
Ooh, what
displayed
games? What
so
games?
prominently. Most wanted. Reward? Would it be correct to presume that these are your version of my subjugation requests?
You don't kill them.
I see. So the target must be captured alive. I shall keep that in mind. This edifice over here, is this what you call a club? Dancers dictated by the sway of one's inner passions. A subterranean garden flourishing with uninhibited desires.
Can't decide which is part of the problem. Final Fantasy X, New Vegas, and some other ones. Ooh, I tip my hat and I tip my coin into Final Fantasy X personally. Oh no, VK! It's okay. Don't even worry about it. How are you? How are you? What did you end up breaking into? I'm so curious. Is there another Guma?
Oh no!
Gumari with two eyes? Were they streaming right now? I want the Gumari with one eye. One day I'll have it. They were not. Oh. Oh yeah, you could technically offline raid. It's okay, VK. Don't even worry about it. I appreciate the thought. But welcome in. Welcome in, BK. How are you? Were you streaming? What did you stream?
Oh, what a pity. I had hoped to become part of the
Hold on. Here, I'll give you one. No worries. What were you streaming? Don't even worry about it. Oh, you were playing Danganronpa. Sure, I shout out the right one. Yeah. If you haven't followed VK, please do, please do. We have very good. They have very good taste. Oh my god, she's so awkward. I love her. I'm just gonna let her. Oh my god. Oh, that's true. Same developer. No, it's okay. I'm gonna do it longer, but I haven't had dinner. Oh, that's fair. I'm probably gonna need to play for like another hour, honestly. I blame the Wild Duck Burger for showing me so many burgers because now I kind of want a burger. But I probably will end up just making myself a sandwich to feel like I'm eating a burger. Oh wait, I have Impossible Patties. I will make myself a burger. I'm gonna go longer, but yeah, I've had a good stream. Obviously, you're gonna go eat, so please take care of yourself first. I'll be here again, probably for another hour or so.
Well, that was quite satisfying.
Elizabeth is so
I'm
cute.
overwhelmed. Everything looks so new and inviting. Everywhere I look, something catches the eye. If you don't mind, could you perhaps recommend our next activity?
Ooh. Karaoke or arcade? I want to hear her sing, so we're gonna go to the karaoke.
Karaoke. Could it be?
But how was Danganronpa? Was it good? Have you been playing a lot of it lately?
It appears the time has come to demonstrate my hidden talents. One may even challenge professional singers at the touch of a button at this karaoke. Excuse me, would you mind waiting for a moment? I hadn't noticed there was a fountain on this side as well. Oh, yet another fountain. On the opposite side, I see. So this place plays host to a trinity of fountain spirits.
The trinity of fountain spirits.
I apologize for the wait. Let us continue. Now then, I shall perform a song of exultation for my master. Sing along if you will. La la la. Oh my. You've never heard this song before? Thank you for the invaluable experiences you've shared with me today. I consider this mission a complete success. This may sound forward, but I'd like for you to accompany me again sometime.
Anytime. Oh my god, I love her. She's so great.
Are you accepting a request? Let's hear the results.
Oh, and it's a free request, thank god. Persona 3? 3 fountains? Coincidence? I think not. Regarding that fountain, I still haven't decided what to wish for. Unfortunately, my master has vetoed my wish to renovate the velvet room door with a dance floor. Isn't she in for a P4D? Or P3D, sorry?
Marvelous.
I'll wish to come up with a wish. There, that settles it. Please, take this as your reward. With the acquisition of a small chunk. Oh! Perfect. Oh, that's so cute.
Very well.
What else did people do? Tato, why? Why would you do that to me? Why would you try to scare me this way? Did it work? It did. It startled me, but only a little bit. Let's see, is Hugo on the first or the second floor? Okay, second floor. There's BB. Oh, there she is. I will hang out with Hugo.
Oh! Thanks! Okay, shopping for club stuff is done. Good thing you came with me. I didn't realize there was so much to buy. Also,
I really
wasn't
like her
really in the
voice. It's
mental
so
state
good.
to do this alone today. Oh, nothing major. Maybe I was exaggerating a bit. It's still bothering me though. In today's classic literature pop quiz, I didn't know any of the answers. And before I knew it, I dozed off. I ended up handing in a blank paper.
No!
I know, right? I didn't do it on purpose. But then Mr. Akoda got all pissed off. He called me to the faculty office and told me I had to write a reflection essay. I had to listen to Mr. Akoda lecture me for the longest time. He was all like, at this rate you'll end up as a good-for-nothing adult. And you're not putting enough thought into your future. Come on, it's way too early to worry about the future, isn't it? We're still just teenagers.
Tazo, thank you for that. Yeah.
Now, while we still can. Honestly, I haven't really thought about
Yeah,
my future at all.
Yugo's voice is so good.
I'm working hard for the track team, so I think that's good enough for now.
First now of the Chinese. Happy Chinese New Year! Gongi Fang Choi. Is it already? Is it today? Hold on. What day is it? I gotta look. Waffles. Thank you for the ears. Pizza! Pizza sounds so good. I'm still craving a burger though, personally.
I guess this isn't the best place for a long conversation, huh? I'm gonna go drop
Welcome
these
back,
off at the storage
Waffles.
room. See ya.
Oh!
Ouch!
Oh my god.
Hey, it's dangerous to be running around here. Wait, aren't you?
Oh, Auntie Yuko.
Oh.
How many times do I have to tell you? You can call me Big Sis, nothing else.
Oh no, they're gonna catch me. See ya, Auntie.
Hey, wait!
You're craving Panda Express? I feel like if I am craving Panda Express, it's just because I really want trashy Chinese food. Because I feel like I will never go to Panda Express. I'll typically go to like the actual Chinese restaurants and get Chinese takeout, but...
That kid lives across the street from me. Why on earth are they playing tag in a place like
Yeah,
this?
trashy Chinese food.
I mean, it's dangerous, right? You should go play in the schoolyard or something.
It's also just like so expensive
Oh, no.
to get it at
The
Panda
school gate is gonna
Express.
close soon. I'll see you at practice.
I see you're back.
He's always eating ramen. I sure did.
Really?
Actually, did I? I talked to like all the students that were around, but I don't know if that counted.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, I'll just work. I will save up on money. Ah, looking at the pastries on the side, I really want cafe pastries now. I am so easily swayed by the images of food. And I just get so hungry thinking about food. I pray to make it at least another half hour before I'm like, alright, I'll go cook myself an Impossible Patty and throw it between some bread and call it a day. Cute. This sucks. I spent so much time thinking about ghost stories that now I'm having nightmares. Don't push yourself. Don't worry, I'm fine. There's just so many stupid rumors going around that it's tough trying to make sense of this whole thing. I did get some useful info though, so I plan on digging even deeper today. Try to remember what you find out at school, okay? Am I supposed to be talking to them like every day? Heck. Heck. I've not been talking to well, I guess there isn't really much though. Earnest student, what do you have to say? Yamagishi-san is absent today too. Uh-oh. You know how ghost stories about the school are kind of popular right now? I'm not too good with that kind of stuff, so no talking about it, okay? It's not that scary. It was just like, if you're the last one left in the building, you'll hear a creepy PA announcement. A sobbing old lady's voice comes from the speaker, and if you don't leave the school within 42 seconds, they'll find your corpse covered in bright red blood, that's all. Different bubbles pop up each day? It's only like 2 or 3. Okay, yeah. That's what I figured, right? Because I'm just talking to these students. No one else in the hallway here. Oh, everyone's talking about the ghosts and that kind of stuff. I hate those kinds of stories. Like how they say the ghost will get you if you stay at school for too long. I better get going. Oh, right! Okay, I think I remember this full moon. I think. But this is the one in the school, right? I can't understand why people are freaking out over these ghost stories. I mean, running around school screaming and spreading rumors, they all just need to grow up. No, sir. Ghost stories. Ghost stories. Okay, I think I have a vague recollection of this. Oh wait, what did I leave this here? Yeah, I forgot. I mainly forget the smaller things. I thought I could turn up some info, but I didn't find anything at all. All 3 passed, but they were in different grades, in different classes, different clubs too, so my investigation isn't going very well. Partly because all their friends were those thugs. I obviously don't want to deal with them. Huh? Alright, what do you have to say? One of those students who collapsed was in my sister's class. I guess she was running away from home as well. I heard she always hung around those thugs at that one place. Something must have happened there. Oh, that girl who collapsed is in my class. I heard she would run away from home and stay out all night. Maybe she got caught up in something bad. No, not talking to you, sir. It's on the bubbles, right? Okay, is it... Forgot, was it here? Okay, nothing here actually. Okay, I'll work on their social link, I think. Wait! I missed Wednesday, I just realized. I'm a fool. I did not do academics on Wednesday. No! Okay, that's fine. I'll social link. Because I like it. I love them. They are so sweet. No more pizza. Mac and cheese with hot dogs. Ooh, that sounds tasty.
We were just talking about you. We've been feeling a bit guilty for troubling you about the persimmon tree. Oh, good one. I wouldn't worry
Oh
about
my
it.
god.
Glad you can joke around even at a time like this. Makes me feel like we're not so different, you and I. Lord knows I can't pass up a good pun.
The puns in this game, I swear.
Is a reminder of our son. Actually, before his death, he was a teacher at GeckoCon. He planted that tree on graduation day with the students of his very first class.
Just when we thought that tree was about to bear fruit. Why now? Why do they want to cut it down now? Thank you. I'm all right now. That made me feel a lot better. It's very comforting talking to you.
Oh, wow! You've really gone and captured my wife's heart. You must be popular with the ladies. My
Absolutely.
wife's no sucker, after all. I feel I'm looking at myself when I was in my prime.
God, I love this. I love them. They're so sweet.
Don't fret too much about the tree. Just stop by when you have the chance. Oh, and take this. It's left over from earlier, but it's still good.
Crab bread! Now I want crab bread. I swear, this game just makes me hungry with all the food that's like mentioned and the food that you see.
Welcome back.
I am so ready to see Fuka, please.
Well done.
Let's see. Okay, 6/8 is the full moon, so I think I'm probably gonna do the boss, and then that's where I'll cut it from tonight. But let me see. Oh no, I'm not going to Tartarus. What am I doing? I will just go to this. I will go here and eat food. I think this game truly just makes me hungry for all the food. Oh yeah, full seafood course. Hey, afternoon Rogue. How's it going? How's it going? How are you feeling? Hope you're doing okay.
Hey.
Do you remember what we're doing today? We're gonna share our findings about the ghost stories tonight.
Yeah.
Better than yesterday. Okay, that's good to hear. I'm very glad. I'm very glad. How's your day been though so far? What you been up to? Asleep most of the day. Oh, okay, okay. I hope you got the rest that you needed.
Did you two ask around like we agreed?
Huh?
God, she's so
Were we supposed to do
cute.
something by today?
I told you.
I know. I'm kidding. Man, you've got such a short temper.
Fine. Then we'll meet in the lounge after school. Don't forget.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I still have to talk to students, or today we're sharing our findings, so we're okay? It is a Friday. I will simply spend my money and eat food. Oh, Rogue! You can't just rizz me up like this. You're too sweet. You're too sweet. Oh my god, I am flustered. What was I doing? Food. I was eating food. that blindsided me. I was not expecting it. Yeah, any plans for the rest of your day now that you're awake? Is it time? Are we gonna share our ghost stories? Or our ghost findings? Yes, it is.
Okay, as we agreed on Monday, we'll now hold a meeting to discuss what we've learned.
Wow, you're really into this.
Of course I am. I got lots of good info. And it turns out there was no angry ghost involved.
Huh, so that's what's important, huh?
First off, let's talk about how this rumor got started. The girl was found on the school grounds, so it does match the ghost story on that point. But why did the rumor spread so fast if this was the first time anything happened?
Oh god. There were 3 victims.
Correct. But yeah, I was
Chilling here and playing Cyberpunk. Nice! Are you doing the newer DLC?
After that first
I'm so glad you
incident,
get to have a lazy
the
weekend,
exact
though.
same thing happened to 2 other students. All 3 victims had to be hospitalized. No wonder people thought it was a ghost. Okay, moving on. The victims were all in different classes, and at first glance, they don't seem to be connected. But they did have one thing in common. Anyone know what it was?
Oh my god, not the anime. Okay, but are you talking about the English dub? Oh.
What is this? A quiz show? Do you know?
Oh my
What did all
god.
3 victims
It's
have in
so bad. What was it? They didn't eat out a lot. I thought they hung out together. Was it? They were all friends, right? I think?
Yep,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
right. Not just once or twice either. They all got in with a bad
Yeah,
crowd,
yeah, okay,
and
the bad
were always
crowd.
out late. Considering they all ended up the same way, it can't just be a coincidence. So, to find out what happened, we're gonna do some field research.
What? Field research?
Yep, there's one place
I
where
will
all
never
3
get over though,
victims were
Waffles, the
regulars.
fact that that dub is an actual script from the VAs because they thought it was so bad.
Whoa, hang
The
on.
jokes do not
We're not
translate
talking about
well
that spot behind
nowadays.
Port Island
It's
Station,
very,
are you?
very poor. But
Oh, you know
I
about
cannot
it?
believe that got published, and I do remember back when I lived with like a bunch of other friends, we definitely just we would do those take a drink every time this happened, and it's just, oh my god, just got very plastered watching that. Team 4-star bridge series. Yeah, you would think it's like an actual, like you would just think, oh, this isn't a bridge series, and you're like, this is the official dub? No way. You saw it back when it was airing in 2000s? Oh my god. It had to be a late night showing, right? Like on Adult Swim? I can't remember because I only watched it with friends like, you know, years ago.
Oh, really? Well, then all the more reason we should go together. You're coming with, right?
Sure. It was on demand for
we're
Anime
talking.
Network. Oh, okay.
Oh man, I don't know about this.
Wow,
This
Juve.
is seriously bad news.
Now you don't want to
Do
do
we
it?
really have to go
That's
there?
where you found it? Oh, okay.
Up until now, all we've done is follow orders. Isn't it about time we start thinking for ourselves?
I know what you mean, but man, you have to say it like that. I guess I don't have a choice, do I?
Then it's settled. We'll go tomorrow night, so plan accordingly.
Oh, we've all agreed to go somewhere shady. Actually, some good anime airing this season. Yeah. One of my favorite animes, or one of my favorite mangas turned into an anime is airing. A Sign of Affection. I love that manga to bits. It is so good. And no, I don't think that one is airing just yet, BK. I'm excited for that one too. That one is a really good manga. But I'm very excited. I was like, wow, an actual anime for this series, for an ABO? Wild. Ah, thank you for the drink. I assume I gave up all of my drinks. Oh. Oh, right. Today is the need more SLF? What is SLF? Yay! Healthy tomatoes, yes. I will plant buff potatoes. Oh, Shangri-La Frontier! Okay, that one I was gonna, get into, and, but I wanted to binge it, I feel like. I feel like that's something I should have kept up with, though, in the beginning, but I'm like, ah, okay. I'm here now. Yeah, Matchels has been really good. Okay, opening 2, what a bop. What a bop. Very good. Yeah, Matchel's really fun. I've only seen the first 6 episodes though, and I definitely need to binge the rest to get to season 2 because I really want to watch it, but I've been so distracted by other things that I'm like, time to binge it? Yeah, I know. I know. It's time. There we go. Okay. All my stats are level 4. By next exams, do I have to be at 5? Or is 4 good? I can't tell. I have plans. I have to remember that I have plans tonight. Oh god, what if I just forget? That would be terrible. Probably 5. Yeah. The Witch and the Beast. Oh. I feel like I've heard of that, but I haven't seen anything for it. I don't remember what else came out this season, honestly. Oh wait, maybe the ABO BL did come out this season. I forgot, we're technically in a new season, right? Exams are not until July, so I think you have time. Okay, cool. Got it. I'll be fine then. What did everyone do? Spend time. It is a Saturday. I don't need anything. Academics takes more points by the end. Yeah. But yeah, Dungeon Meshi is also good. I need to catch up to the next 2 or 3 episodes, I think. I let it accumulate a bit. But that one is such a joy. I love trigger animation so much. The new One Piece tomorrow should be good. Oh, I do not keep up with One Piece. Oh yeah, so Delicious in Dungeon is also Dungeon Meshi. That's the same, But on Netflix, it's very interesting that it's called Delicious in Dungeon. I don't know. It's more well known for Dungeon Meshi. Have I seen the edit where the party, aside from the elf, is speaking English? No, I haven't. Is it on Twitter? Oh no.
Oh, look, dear. He's here. Try and perk up for the boy, all right?
I understand their reasoning. But if they really go through with this, if we lose that tree, it would be like losing our son all over again.
We're fine. We're not fighting. I was just fussing.
No.
Sorry. for making you worry.
Apparently, the rumor about cutting down the persimmon tree was true. So we went to the school together to say our goodbyes. Unfortunately, that just reminded my dear of the pain we felt the day our son died. See, dear? That's exactly what I said. If you keep crying all the time, then what'll your admirers think? Right?
No.
Oh my, don't make fun of this wrinkled old lady.
Oh yeah. So it Crunchyroll does not have it, I think. I've been watching it on Netflix, honestly. Oops. Excuse me. But yeah, it is the English translation for the manga, yeah. Favorite Studio Ghibli okay, hold on. I have been convinced by one of my best friends. The Boy and the Heron, absolute masterpiece. Absolute masterpiece. I have a little bit more of an understanding after we kind of like had a discussion about it. Grave of the Fireflies, I only watched once and I choose to never watch it again. I remember watching that with a bunch of college
Stop by
pals.
again anytime, all right? My
And
wife would always be happy to see such a handsome young man.
I just remember by the end of that movie, we just kind of looked at each other and we just walked out. We were like, all right, we're done. See you tomorrow. See you at school tomorrow. Aurello, you also love this movie? Okay, and you said that and you say I'm here to make you cry. I love that I always get food from them. They're so sweet. Nausicaa, yeah, Nausicaa's a good one. How many has everybody here seen The Boy and the Heron? I feel like Rai has not seen it. But I feel like if you get to, you should definitely watch it.
All right,
You've yet to see it. Okay.
Let's get going.
It is what I can say without being
Should
spoilery.
we talk about this some more?
I
still
guess
think this is a bad
is
idea.
like The Boy and the Heron is Hayao Miyazaki's swan song. It is truly his swan song, and if this is truly his last movie, this is the movie to go out on. Grave of the Fireflies in the cinematic. Oh my god, that's just pure depression. Hold on. Oh no, is it? They'll probably bring it back soon, but oh my god, bro, right? When it comes up, I will watch it again. That's a movie I would love to watch again and just kind of like take in everything. So what I'm hearing is I have to burn up. Okay, yeah. So there's a lot of people. If you guys have heard things from people, honestly, I did walk out of that movie like I have nothing to say, which is a good thing. Like I just had to like simmer on it and think about the movie. I can't say anything because no one's seen it. You guys have to watch it. I would recommend it. If you do enjoy Hayao Miyazaki films, it is a little different, I feel, if you're looking at it from a story standpoint. From a cinematic standpoint, I really loved the directing and the music, and just pretty much like all sad anime, easier for you to watch. Yeah, that's true. Okay, but Your Lie in April, Aurello. That's good. That's a good sad anime. Only missing Grave of the Fireflies. Okay. Yeah, if you just generally enjoy Hayao Miyazaki films, it's something to watch. Something to watch. Yeah, very spectacular movie. Yeah. A lot of I did watch it with Aru the first time, or I guess the only time I've seen it, when I went to visit him back in December for his birthday. And we were just like, what was that movie? It's a good movie. The sound direction and everything, and the track, chef's kiss, beautiful, wonderful. But we didn't understand it when we walked out of the theaters. I had to really, again, had nothing to say, just had to think about it. Had to think about the movie. Discord watch party of Grave of the Fireflies? I don't know if I'm strong enough, Rogue. I don't know if I'm strong enough to watch that movie again. I have seen that movie exactly one time. Oh. But I would love to have like some sort of like Ghibli watch along, honestly. You've seen it a dozen? You are a masochist. You're an absolute masochist. I can borrow your strength, please. Please. I will need so much hand holding and tissue boxes. I don't think I even spoke the entire time that my friends and I watched Grave of the Fireflies. We just were watching it and I was just sobbing. You made your mother and cousin watch it. Why would you do that to them, Morello? I would not put anybody through Grave of the Fireflies unless you were just like, I want to watch it. Okay, so you also haven't seen Grave of the Fireflies. Oh. Maybe one day. Maybe I'll have a watch along on Discord. I think that I feel like I would have to watch. It's hard because it's like if you put Grave of the Fireflies first on the list of like Ghibli films to watch all day, it kind of like puts you in a certain headspace. But also, I feel wrong to be following up Grave of the Fireflies with like happier Disney movies, you know? It's Disney. Happier Ghibli movies. So it feels like rightful to put Grave of the Fireflies last to watch, you know? You play Dark Souls for fun? Ah, I see. You need good comfy thing to watch after. Check out Fluffy Paradise. Fluffy Paradise, what is that? I feel like I've heard that. Pink made me cry with your name? Oh my god. I cry every time I watch that movie. That's a good movie. That's a good movie. What did I watch recently that also made me cry from Shinkai? You're still trying to sue him? No, don't sue him. Oh, what did we watch, Ryan? What was the movie we saw with our friend in theaters? Suzume. Suzume's good. Suzume's good. That was also... I love that one. I really love Suzume. I do know I feel like Suzume was really hit or miss, but I feel like the people who liked Suzume did not enjoy Wuthering With You as much, and the people who enjoyed Wuthering With You did not enjoy Suzume as much. That's what I feel. I feel like that. It's an anime where a girl gets isekai, but high school... Wait, gets high animal friendship, so it has a... Oh! Okay, that one. Okay, I've definitely seen that. I've seen the promotion poster for it. I think it might be on my plan to watch on my anime list, but I have to double check. Oh no! I want to eat your pancreas on Blu-ray. I feel like you should be able to get it for your region. I'll look for you, Aurello. I feel like I've seen it. I've seen it around in my area, so I'll look for it and then I'll DM it to you. You think it is there? Okay. Okay, yeah, you have me on my anime list. Okay. Yeah, I saw it and I was like, wait, this is cute. Add this to my plan to watch. Ah. Yeah, gonna get back into the swing of anime. I'm not watching too much right now. I'm only watching A Sign of Affection. Cherry Maho. Cherry Maho's a good one. I love the drama, so I was very excited that the anime was getting was it redone? No. Yeah, just getting a new anime in general. Think you can get it from their website? remember seeing it in passing. It looks cute. Yeah, I definitely. Yeah, I just gotta. I'm gonna spend a day before coding bootcamp picks up again and just try to catch up to everything I can. Are you trying to be sad? Listen, sometimes you just the sad animes hit, and then I don't know, it hits good. Maybe I'm a little bit of a masochist. Strongest florist or vibe check? No. Are those mangas or are they webtoons, manhwa?
How are you scared of ghosts, but totally fine with this?
Cause stuff you can't see is way creepier.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, I'm more worried about the things I can't see, like bats and knives.
Reasonably so, Junpei. Webtoons. Okay, no, I will definitely look it up. I posted the other day that one of my favorite webtoons is back. If anybody is reading Marriage of Convenience, oh my god. The main story is complete, and now we're on to the side stories. That was just 100 chapters of pure bliss. Definitely one of my top tier fantasy webtoons. Yeah, you do need that cathartic release of watching something emotional. Yeah, Waffles, please. Oh my god, I highly recommend it. If not Marriage of Convenience, my favorite Derelict is also good. And my in-laws are obsessed with me. Those two right now, that one is on the Webtoon app, so it is free to read. Those two I have been waiting since last July because season 2 had just ended when I caught up to it. But yes, my favorite Derelict and my in-laws are obsessed with me. Very good fantasy webtoons. Very, very good. I talk to Tippins a lot about it. It's... I just gush over the male leads and the female leads. The female leads are so great. I really love the female leads on both of them. My favorite Derelict, I feel, is very... Oh, that one is an isekai. She quite literally... she's just like, this is just my favorite character, and I'm gonna save him. Yeah, if you ever want any recommendations, I would be glad to put them up on Discord. Oh, let me actually, if you guys do the !! Discord, that is the Discord that I share with Hebe. I do not have my own Discord. I don't feel the need to have one if I'm already in one that I can barely keep up with. But I could definitely put up some webtoon recommendations on there if you're interested. If not, you'll see me tweet about what I'm reading. But yeah, I'm not reading too many. ORV I need to catch up on. I need to catch up on the S-Class Heroes that I raised. Or that one I'm up to date on that one on the Webtoon app. ORV is the only one I need to catch up on that's long, and that's the one novel that I really want to read.
Big deal, so it's a little dangerous. Come on, let's strike while the iron's hot.
Oh my god, Hikari.
Strike?
After you, Junpei. This is your fault. Literally for telling your story.
Now I'm the leader.
Netflix is trying to inflict maximum emotional damage. Oh my god, yeah, that is. Why would they recommend your name and your line April and it first? Oh my god. Oh, they're following me! That's really cute! I love that they actually get to follow me. Oh, so many people. Oh, it's the dream team. Sheesh, you guys are always together. What's up? Hold on. You're not really going to Port Island Station right now, are you? Haven't you heard the reports? It's super unsafe. Yeah, I'm just gonna go. Oh, can I not fast travel? I actually have to walk. The hell are you kids doing out here this late? You delinquents keep loitering in the wrong places, getting up to God knows what. Whichever one of your gangs wears the heavy clothes to cover his tattoos, tell him I got my eye on him. Now scram! I'll call the cops. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Wait, seriously?
Man, going to a place like that this late at night, it's not so easy for a stand-up guy like me. Would you stop complaining already? It'll be nothing. All we have to do is take the monorail to the station. What's so hard about that?
No way.
That's not exactly what I meant by not easy. You know, Yucatan, you might actually be scarier than the punks we're bound to run into. Ooh. Did they also recommend it? Oh god, if they recommend a silent voice, I'd be wrecked. Why won't anyone let you put on the sad anime?
Check out those rags. They're from Gecko.
Why did we go out at night in our school uniforms? I don't understand.
Oh man, this is even worse than I thought.
You must have taken a wrong turn. 'Cause this place ain't for you, buddy.
Oh my god, I feel like sometimes the voice acting is so...
What I'm saying is, being here is ruining our vibe. Beat it, goatee.
Oh my god.
Goatee? Oh, you mean me?
Junpei's such a baby.
We don't
This is
need
so
your
funny.
permission to be here.
Hey, are you nuts? Read the room, won't you?
To be incognitus? Oh my god.
I can read just fine. Come on, don't be intimidated by these punks.
What'd you just say?
She just called us punks. Come on. Let's post some pictures that'll make her daddy cry. Hope you've been practicing your sexy poses.
Jeez.
Oh boy, that's too good.
These guys are scum.
Oh, so now we're scum, huh? Man, I feel sorry for you, goatee. This bitch is a real pain in the ass, isn't she?
Hello?
Junpei!
That's enough. They didn't know what they were getting into. I'll make sure they leave. You good with that?
It'll be fine.
Who do you think you are, dumbass? They're not walking out of this. You want some too?
I forgot we meet him here. Well, like a little bit more. We met him in the hospital, but we get to meet him.
You just crossed the line. You think you're going home alive now?
Should we find out?
I come back to you. To you shaking your happy face.
Or maybe not.
You got it, boo boo.
Loser.
I love you so much too.
It's Aragaki, right? Yeah. Now I remember. Shinjiro Aragaki. You're from Gecko High
Shinji's
too,
here.
aren't you?
Finally, the official, I guess, introduction.
Oh man, senpai, that was awesome.
I remember you. You guys were in Aki's room at the hospital.
He looks so good. His portrait looks so good.
Go home. You don't belong here.
Wait. Sorry, but there's something we need to know before we leave.
Did Aki tell you to come here?
Of course not.
Well, what do you want to know? Is this about that ghost story?
It'll be fine.
Yes, that's right. How'd you know?
It's so weird hearing Western voice actors use the word senpai. Yeah, it is a little bit, but I feel like you can't just call somebody like, senior, you know? I feel like it's appropriate. I feel like personally it's appropriate, and it's fine. His voice is immediately grown on me hearing him talk more here. I like his voice. You said you were like kind of iffy and you expected him with like a deeper voice, right? Almost like I feel like Alejandro would have been a good voice role as well for Shinji if he had done his gruff voice, but I am happy that he is Akihiko. Rogue, I read your message. I'm not gonna let it through just because I don't want it to get caught later on, okay? But yeah, you would call him that, huh, in Australia. But what is it? Australia's got some very colorful language.
The rumor's been going around. Those girls who wound up in the hospital.
Yeah.
Every night.
Yeah, I know. Like a lot of the colorful language in Australia, I always feel is like very endearing. It was just such a change from— I can't remember what his original voice was. I will probably have to go watch a video from like the original voice. You like when they use honorifics and last names and dub and sub? Yeah, yeah, same. I don't know, it's just like— oops, I did not mean to skip that. It's
You mean Fuka Yamagishi from 2E? They were picking on her?
I don't know, like in different languages, it's kind of nice to have like a title. Because I'm glad that they didn't just translate it to like, Mr., Mrs., or like senior. I don't mind big sis or big bro, those are okay to me. It just feels weird if they were to say like, Oni-chan or One-san. Then I would be like, okay, wait, that's a little much. The senpai, the san, all the honorifics, yeah. I think they're pretty okay in English, in English dubs.
That's why people are saying it's Yamagishi's ghost that did it.
Yeah, as long as it's appropriate, as long as it's set within Japan, yeah, it's fine. But if you're gonna do it in like America, then I'd be like, what the heck are you doing? You're a weeb. Yeah, Mr. throws me off too.
Ghost? Wait, what do you mean by that?
You guys don't know? This Yamagishi girl might be dead. I heard she hasn't been home in over a week.
Wait, what? I thought she was just out recovering. So,
No!
You mean she's still missing?
So much for that ghost story. Mr. Akota is the homeroom teacher for 2E, right? Does he know about this?
I get it, Aki. So trying to make up for the past. It's you who can't let go.
Don't use Aussie terms out of endearment outside. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. You will get beat up. But I like hearing— I love hearing Aussies use it with other Aussies. I don't know. I think it's fun. At first I'm just like, whoa, that's some colorful language. But then I'm like, oh wait, it's just Australians being Australians. I know like a handful of Australians too, at least on Twitch.
Anyways, it's all I know. We done here?
Yeah, totally. Thanks a lot.
Oh my god, Junpei.
Come on, show some appreciation.
Just don't come around here again.
Thank you for helping us, and for sharing what you know. That was really nice of you.
Huh?
Oh, sorry.
Just don't come here again.
I'm so excited to have Shinji on the team. Soon. Soon! Please. I'm waiting. Yeah, no, I remember. I think I asked you last time because I was like, good afternoon. What time is it? Are you an Australian? The wait is over. Free drink. Okay, fine. One of the pigs voice chat and just spoke Aussie slang and confused everyone. Oh my goodness. You figured out your webtoon login. Yeah. If you need recommendations, Aurelia, let me know. I will send them your way.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
Oh, they found out we went. Oops. I mean, I'm proud of you guys for trying to gather information, but be a little more careful next time. Sorry. Yamagishi has disappeared. It began with a ghost story, but it's developed into a serious situation. We have to do something. Okay. What did people do? Can I work anywhere? No, I cannot. Oh wait, let me go to the manga. Did I see that Crunchyroll is? I'm so sorry, CRT. I was reading chat and I saw that. But hello, CRT. How's it going? Also, hi, Cal. How are you? Long time no see. But yeah, I did see that Crunchyroll is unfortunately doubling their membership. It's really sad. It's very unfortunate that they're doing it, and they're just basically taking over all of the anime. Like it sucks because they've got the biggest library. But also, I honestly thought that they had already bought Funimation ages ago. But it was Sony, right? Doing alright? Your joints hate you today? No! You're taking it easy. Ate some chicken nuggets. Welcome back, welcome back. It's going well. We are just about to hit the next full moon. But I hope your chicken nuggets were good. I'm gonna buy a bunch of this stuff. No, I'm good with this. Okay. Oh, they bought Anime Lab too? I didn't know that they bought Anime Lab. I just knew that there was no hope, and it was just... Crunchyroll is just gonna be the one taking over everything.
Thank you.
They were good? Nice. Thank you! Much appreciated, Cal. It is blue. I'm a little bit there. Might sleep, don't know if you'd be able to. Oh, please get some rest. Oh my god, CRT. You gotta take a picture and send that to Tuna. You gotta take a screenshot. Added the comments. Nice! Let me know, Waffles, if you enjoy it. I love hearing people's thoughts and opinions and just gushing about those stories, those webtoons. Again, they are my favorites, and I really think that they are just so good. Blue Giant. I will have to double check on that. Does that one, are you reading that on any official apps, or is that just something that you like read wherever? Remember chat monopolies are bad? Yeah. God, I love the evening track so much. One more day, one more night. Oh, we have this summer casual outfit. Cute. Variety is the spice. Get it. Oh, okay, you use Manga Zone. Okay. Got it. I will double check. No. Oh, wait. BB. Let me think about it. Let me go downstairs. I just realized I spent my money. And there's a cooking show. It's fine. What do you have? What do you have? Designer brands. Perfume. I'm a fool. Why did I buy so many things? Yeah. Okay, so is it today? Is today the Lunar New Year? Am I a fool? But happy Lunar New Year to everybody. Gongi fa toy. Also, I just realized I've not been saving. I should save. Can I work here already? Should be able to, right? Is it fine? Oh no, what did I say? Is what fine? Date item, bro. When did I buy the things? When did I buy the thing? Okay. You're right. You're right, Rye. Not yet for PST. Got it. Okay, okay, okay. On free time. Okay. Wishing everyone a happy spring festival. Oh yeah, is this spring festival? I can't read either, Aru. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's Year of the Dragon! I should, oh man. I feel like I gotta dress up. Okay, I don't remember what I did though in the after school. So I'm just gonna play games, and then play more games. Okay, I can play games twice and still have money for... Yes, I'll still have money. I'll still have it. Just play- oh, you're right, I should just play Yakuza, huh? Yeah, we have enough to spend for 2 nights, I think.
Alright, it's time.
Oh shoot, did I go too far back? Okay, this is fine. Okay, that's fine. I'll skip through it. Oopsies! Hehe. You exist in this ethereal plane. Okay, I'm gonna do the socials to save money. Yeah, that's true. It's too late. I have made my choice. I'm gonna skip this because I did not realize how far back that was gonna go. Hehe. Honestly, Aru, I bet you're just existing right now, post-Endwalker. I did not realize how long this cutscene was. Oh my gosh. But I think I got really distracted talking. Yeah, you got a lot to do. I'm only on 6.3 still. I do want to catch up. When you get to 6.3, 6.4 dungeons, let me know. Let's do them together. Because I want to try to catch up before Down Trail. Yeah. Yeah, Aru's so awesome. I love Aru. Have y'all seen the Valentine's art that Aru and I got together? Hello? Hold on. Hold on. I feel like I have to share this. Has anybody seen the Valentine's art that Aru and I got together? Oh my goodness. It is so freaking cute. In case anyone hasn't seen it. Have a good lurk, Waffles! Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is, here it is. It might be big. We'll see what happens. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at this! Look at Aru and I! Yeah, it looks so cute! I am so happy we got this done. It's so cute. It brings me so much joy. Yeah! But, Aru and I might be doing a Valentine's stream together. We will discuss further. I have not yet replied to your last message, Aru. I will get back to it, I promise. Oh wait, I don't need this. We will. You know what? I'm gonna study in my room to save money. I should have done a social link, but it's too late. I've made my choice. Also, I don't think I've actually studied in my computer. Except like one day. Yeah, bro, I'm so happy because it's perfect, just like you. Okay, I have money. I have money for the date item, bro. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it this time. Gimme. Baron Demon on Doobie Day. Yes! Yes! Eee. I think it's perfect too because it's gonna be next Wednesday. Valentine's Day is next Wednesday, right? Yeah. And it's actually a normal stream day for Aru and I, so it all works out.
It's a
Gimme.
Not.
Gimme. It's mine. Yeah, time
Thanks,
TBD.
kid.
Time TBD. Okay. Who? Maya. Brain food. Working. I will... do I want to social link? It's only 2. Who just make the money? Oh, thank you for checking in, Cal. Just make the money. Very lucky chance. You got a Sploon recommendation. Oh, I love his summer casual fit. Look at him in his cute. He's so... I love him. I love him. Your Honor, I love him. What are you owing about?
Give me a break.
Oh, oops.
Give me a break.
Is that all he's gonna say? Is he just gonna reprimand me? It's a daytime. Where am I gonna go? Oh. Anything? Nope, they're still growing. They're still doing things. I will work. No, Cal. He is my man. I refuse to share him. Also, I'm the one playing and looking at him, so you gotta you gotta get on Persona 3 and play yourself if you want to date him. What do you mean how dare you? Aru understands me. I have 2 hands. I have one for Akihiko and I have one for Aru. Easy as that. Easy as that. See? Exactly. Aru understands. Wow. I will do my thing. Thanks, babe. Exactly. I've got claws. I've also got paws, if you guys have seen that commission. Oh my god. I think it got a really scary amount of traction on Twitter, but I got these like really cool looking shoe. I got it like a shoe commission done. Hold on. I would also like to share that because I have to. It's so sick. And I don't think it's because it's on Twitter. I don't think a lot of people see it, so I will share here. It's also going to be a very big image. Both a boy. Oh my god. There you go. Yeah, I got this too. Look at that. See, I got claws and I got paws. Yeah. So yeah, this was on Twitter for a little bit. Based off of my alt given design. Oh. Yeah. I need Aru to meet Shinji for himself. You're right. You're right. I also need this. You disappeared a bit? No worries, no worries. But yeah, I love these shoes so much. I eventually want to do like the full getup. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Yeah, Aru, if you have Game Pass, it's free. You can play Persona 3 on Game Pass. You gotta, come on, Aru, come on. Yes, Ryan and I will say yes to this.
Oh, it's you. Well, please.
Okay, I will finish everything today. Oh my god, I forgot. Ma'am, you're so cute. You're so pretty. You're so pretty. It'll happen at some point then, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, look at her. She's so fashionable. Junpei, get out of here. Move aside. Move aside, Junpei. Oh, goodness. Video. Izukari. Okay, Sunday evening, I will just, get food. Like I do every night. P4 is your favorite? Oh yeah, we talked about this. Oh, but Aru, P3 is mine and Rye's favorite. So obviously you're gonna play our favorite game, right? 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 Is it bad that you've not played any? No, not at all. Oh my god, Cal, if you've never played, this is a good game to start with. This is a really good game to start with. Every day is great at your Juness. That chime is always stuck in my head as soon as I see that line. Yeah, definitely you should play if you get the chance. Honestly, fun stories. You'll definitely be clocking in a lot of hours playing it. All the games, because it is a typical, you know, a JRPG.
No.
We're supposed to gather in front of the faculty office during lunch. Okay. To be honest, I don't feel like doing it, but we don't have a choice. And asking Mr. Ekoda for an explanation sounds like a total pain in the ass. This is so lame, especially compared to when we went to the spot behind the station at night.
Oh, Kirijo-senpai. Why are you here?
Same reason you are. Mr. Ikoda, I'm here to ask you about a student named Fuka Yamagishi.
No!
Thank you for the stretch, cow. I shall stretch. No worries. My favorite derelict and my in-laws are obsessed with me. That one's a good one. My in-laws are obsessed with me is a really good one. And the hydrate. I have hydrated. Yeah, the dungeon crawling is much less of a drag.
Please, I never thought it'd turn out this way. Fuka.
Hey, I remember you.
What did you do to Yamagishi?
Hold on, Kirijo-kun. This isn't an interrogation. Stop scaring her. Moriyama, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to. You wouldn't want to give her the wrong idea.
Fuka, she always looked so frazzled whenever I gave her a hard time. That's when I realized she may be a model student, but deep down she's just like us. And because of that, I knew exactly which buttons to push. We were just messing with her earlier that day, too. It was May 29th. We took Fuka to the gym and locked the door from the outside.
Wait, what? You trapped her inside?
Yeah, no problem, Rillo.
That night, Maki got worried Fuka might commit suicide, so she went back to the school by herself, but she never came back. and the next morning, she was found lying outside the front gate. I went to the gym to let Fuka out.
Why during
door
the
was still
cutscenes?
locked, so I opened it and went inside, but she wasn't there. We all freaked out. Starting that night, we went out looking for her, but every night, another one of us wouldn't come back. And then they all ended up like Maki.
I see. Mr. Akoda, all this time you've been reporting
No moment
Yamagishi
safe.
is absent due to
Should we do a trigger
illness.
warning for
But the
suicidal
truth of
themes?
the matter
Oh,
is that
yeah.
she was missing.
I
You
did not
had
think
to
about
know
that,
this.
to be quite honest. I will go ahead
Explain
and
yourself.
probably upload the stream because I think I'm going to end at the full moon night. I will go ahead and make a trigger warning command so that it's a little easier. I forget that they do that in the beginning of the game, but yeah. Thank you for reminding me. I will definitely add that on. I think right now it should be okay. Should be the only mentioned at this time. So hopefully I'll catch that for next time. Kiri! Hey, welcome in. Thank you for checking in.
You children may
How are
not
you?
understand,
Are you excited
but
for
we have
raids
to
this Sunday?
consider the future of everyone affected.
So you chose not to report a missing child for the good of the class, and not because you didn't want the police involved.
Yeah.
It was in her best interest.
Yeah. I'm good. Yeah! Oh my god, it was so fun raiding with you last week. It's been so fun playing with you, honestly. I'm very glad that Tuna looped you into the server. If you guys don't if nobody knows Kiri on this end, I feel like you guys should. Because they are part of Tama Clan. Let me give Kiri a shout out. Please go check her out. Also, I'm so sorry. Do you go by she her pronouns or they them pronouns? Let me know so I can correct myself. I don't see the I do not see the what's it called? The pronoun add-on through OBS. I really should try to figure that out. If not, I will have to just have the stream manager on, I guess. GREM. Okay, good to know. Thank you for letting me know.
To be stained by something like this, her parents agreed.
I swear to God, this teacher. I will
So to
strangle him.
protect
I
your
will strangle
career,
him.
You
I will
ignored
strangle
your
him.
responsibility as a teacher.
Oh, the cut-ins are so good.
No,
Me too, please.
I didn't mean. I was just.
But how are you, Kiri?
That's enough.
Have a good week.
You can go now. We'll handle the rest.
How am I enjoying Persona? Oh, Kiri. You can't see my hands. My hands are clasped together in front of me. I love Persona. P3 Reload has been such a joy to play. It is my favorite in the Persona line. If you had to start a Persona game, out of bias, I suggest Reload is a good place to start. P5 is great. P4 is also great. But oh my god, I'm so crazy for P3. Like, this is just the game that it's my comfort game, truly. I could just play this for hours and not get tired about gushing about how beautiful and how it's my favorite story. So I'm definitely very biased. You finished Dragon Age. Oh, okay. Yeah, Mitsuru, get his ass, I swear.
Wait, but...
Don't worry. This won't be the last you'll hear of this.
I love her. Yeah, I love the cast. It's been good.
About your friends. Did you notice anything unusual about them before they went missing?
It's also really good because this game is very, so I only played Portable, which has the female protagonist, but, so Ryan chat is saying that this game is very much close to the vanilla version, which is just Persona 3. So it's a pretty good entry game for people who are just starting Persona, I think.
Anything at all?
Also, there's so much voice acting, which is amazing.
Creepy voice. They all mentioned it right before they went missing. They said they could hear it, calling their name.
Oh, man.
Senpai, could it be?
It's them. No doubt about it. Up until now, we've never been able to predict who exactly would become aware during the dark hour. This voice must be the key. In other words, it doesn't just happen randomly. They actually get drawn in. I realize now, after seeing all of this, they're clearly targeting humans. Shadows are most definitely the enemy of mankind. Stay at our dorm tonight. That should be the safest place. If you hear the voice, tell us immediately. And don't leave your room no matter what happens. If you can manage that, you should be fine. Don't worry. Yamagishi should be all right as well.
Fuka.
This scene is definitely... Oh my god, Rye. This scene is definitely a core memory for me, playing Persona the first time.
Iori and Takeba too. We'll meet after school in the student council room to discuss tonight's operation.
Tonight?
Yes. We are going to rescue Fuka Yamagishi. If my guess is right, she's still inside the school.
Is there a difference between Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition? Was that like a different Dragon Age game? Okay, got it.
Good. You're all here. Tonight, we're infiltrating the campus. Our objective is to rescue Fuka Yamagishi.
I'm so ready.
I don't get it. Are you saying Yamagishi is inside the school somewhere?
And why are we doing this at night? At midnight, this place turns into...
Exactly.
Doing PvP while watching. Oh, yeah.
That's how Yamagishi wandered into Tartarus.
Wait! You mean Yamagishi-san's been over there ever since she got locked in the gym?
That's right.
But that was 10 days ago! No matter how you look at it, she's gotta be...
Don't lose hope just yet. Tartarus only appears during the dark hour. So where does it go for the rest of the day?
That's a good point.
This is just a theory. But I think time flows differently in Tartarus. So even though it's been 10 days for us, it could have only been 10 hours for her. There's a chance she's still alive.
Wow, you think so? But wait, isn't the dark hour pretty brutal though? Even for us, how could she last 10 days worth in there?
That is true. And even if she is still alive, we might not be able to get to her.
Oh, the cut-in.
Are you just gonna abandon her then? I have an idea. Let's try to enter Tartarus the same way Yamagishi did. We'll go to the gym and wait for midnight. That'll be the quickest way.
Is that really gonna work?
In all honesty, I can't say I fully agree with this. If something goes wrong, you could all end up lost in Tartarus too. But...
I'm not just gonna stand here and do nothing. If there's a chance we can save her, I'd never forgive myself.
I love him.
If you guys
I love
aren't
him, Your
with
Honor.
me, then I'm going in on my own.
Senpai?
all right, we know it's risky, but we also can't just leave her there.
Right. And we won't know until we try.
Guess we're sneaking into the school then. In that case, I've got just the thing.
You do?
You think you're remembering it? Oh, for Dragon Age.
No answer. This is a problem. I can't get a hold of the chairman.
Well, that's not a big deal, right?
There is one issue. Without the chairman's help, I'm not sure how we can get inside the school.
No need to worry. I've got it all set.
All set? An explosive? All right. I'll let you handle this.
There's no time to waste. Let's go.
An actual explosive?
No. All I did was unlock a door.
Just, you know, just unlock the door.
See? We got in no problem. Man, I'm a genius.
there really something to brag about here?
So you unlocked it earlier. Très bien.
Très bien.
Oui, good job. We should find somewhere to get ourselves ready. Your classroom should work, right?
I can't believe Akihiko just tried to say we.
What?
Trey Ben? Is that French or something? Why are they talking in different languages anyway?
Can we turn on the lights?
Aw, you scared?
No, I'm not. Stupid.
Hey, that's uncalled for.
Quiet. We need to get started. It's better for us if the lights are off.
Chinese uses it too? Yeah.
I don't really like sneaking around.
First, we have to find the key to the gym. It should be in either the faculty office or the janitor's room. You three check the faculty office. Akihiko and I will take the janitor's room. After that, we'll meet in the main hallway on the first floor. Understood?
Less intuitively?
Searching the
Oh my gosh.
faculty office, huh?
There's like a lot of words in
Maybe I should
China,
go
like
to the
in
faculty
Chinese,
office,
the
too.
retroflex,
Sounds
the
interesting.
like what is it? Like when you
planning to do
say
something
like
unethical
very little,
under
like
my supervision.
er.
Are you?
Donkey meat is roll. LV? How did you pronounce that? Yeah. God, yeah, retroflex trips me out whenever I think about it.
I suppose you'll need to be executed.
Hey, come on! Obviously, I was joking.
All I meant by interesting was there's a higher chance of me leaving there.
The V is... Oh, the V is pinyin? I didn't realize that that was pinyin for the O. No roll. No roll.
Enough the excuses. Let's head to the janitor room. Yori, you're coming with us.
Nonsense, yeah. It is
Alright,
nonsense,
let's get
but
over
that's
with.
language is for you. Ooh! I get Yukari with me? Hello, ma'am. Hello. Hello. Okay, we're going. I'm moving. Wait. Sorry.
Do you hear something? What? There's someone else here?
Beijing overuses it. Sounds so backwoods. Yeah, I think my old oh my gosh, my old Laoshe was I think he spent like 7 years in Beijing. So, is the game audio choppy? Should I let me reset the game audio? Hee all alone with Ikari. Let me do a quick little game reset. Let me know if that's any better. If it's still choppy, I will... I'm so sorry. I have no idea what I'm gonna do. Fixed? Okay, perfect.
We gotta hide.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you for pointing it out to me, Cal.
Security guard. I know.
Oh, you got weird. Okay, no worries. Oh!
My phone. Why now?
I wonder why. I do know that after...
Of course, it's just spam.
I know after some time, my audio sources for some reason tend to, the audio kind of craps out for a little bit. Not sure why.
I mean, that would freak most people out, right? Come on, the thing just rang out of nowhere. What? That's not funny, you know.
No! Take me seriously! She's so cute. Though tone change is hard to remember, yeah, it is.
No. dark, I can barely read these. What does it say on this one? What? Are you trying to scare me or something? You better watch out. What goes around comes around, buddy. Wait a minute. This is the key to the gym.
I love these replies. They're so funny.
Okay,
Casually just be like, yeah,
We're
this is the
supposed
key to
meet
the
up with
morgue.
everyone in the main hallway.
Teehee. Okay.
Did you find the key?
Sure did.
You know, I heard a scream that sounded kind of familiar.
This music is great energy. Honestly, I love the soundtrack of E3.
You want to take this outside?
Guys, come on.
All right, we'll divide into teams again. 3 of you will enter Tartarus, and 1 of you will remain outside with me. Once the dark hour begins, I'll pinpoint Yamagishi's position.
I'm going in. You come too. You can take the lead as usual.
Then I'll be the 3rd.
Wait a second, Yucatan. Remember how I accidentally screwed up on the monorail? Give me a chance to make up for that.
Oh, come on. It's not always about you. Besides,
No, Junpei can shut up every now and
accidentally
then.
screw up.
All right, Junpei, we'll give you another shot. And with that, the teams are set.
Sweet. Thanks.
What?
What's wrong, Takeba? Do you have a problem staying with Mitsuru?
Boys' night.
No, it's fine.
It's almost time.
Let's go.
It's almost time. I'm so excited. Oh my god. Yes! Hi, you. How are you?
That's right.
You're actually just catching me towards the end. I'm pretty much gonna be ending stream after I finish the boss here. Aki's voice is like dark chocolate and honey to my ears. Yes! Thank you so much, Alejandro Saab. No one stayed with her at the dorm, I just realized.
I don't want to hear this.
Calling me. I have to go to school. Tell her I'm sorry. Fuka.
Julian, thank you so much. Much appreciated. I am so happy with the setup that I did for stream for this. So I'm very glad that somebody has pointed it out.
Transmission range is at max too.
Much appreciated. Thank you for the first time chat. Hope you're enjoying your time here. Are you enjoying Persona?
I hope that girl Moriyama is okay at the dorm.
Unfortunately, no place is completely safe in the dark hour, but we couldn't risk bringing her here. And having one of us stay behind to watch her wasn't an option either.
I'd like to thank Sunrider for helping me out with the ideas. It's just a little filter playing, a little play with filter, and then the triangle I actually just like drew out on Clip Studio Paint. I was like, I just need a triangle. That's it. I am the bestest bear. Thank you. You have good expectations for this game. Have you played this before? Have you played with the vanilla or portable?
Well, we are all here for Yamagishi-san's sake.
I'm here. I've confirmed your position. You're higher up than I expected. You're barely in communication range. Is everyone all right?
I don't know. Got separated.
Akihiko! Come in, Akihiko!
Is he out of range? That's worrying.
Only played 5, but you saw some bits of this game online. Oh, I loved 5, and I'm glad that what they learned from 5 they took into 3. But I love the story for 3. Yes, I'm gonna go save my man. Aw, just a little nap. Don't mind me. I must have lost consciousness. I don't see Sanada or Junpei.
Are you awake?
Drew!
This is the first
Hey
time
Drew,
we've
how are
spoken
you?
outside of your room. Don't worry, you'll see them soon. But we don't have much time to talk. Tonight, there is more than one ordeal you must face. You should hurry. She's waiting for you. You guys will need her. See you. I hope we meet again.
Mitsuru, I'm seeing the boy of my dreams again. No, not like that. Oh, mic muted? No? Huh? You can hear me, right? Okay. Okay. Scared me. I was just like, I see my mic is on. Oh, you probably just don't have your volume. Okay. Alright. Let's go. I will avoid shadows for now. Okay. Oh, dang it! I totally skipped out on that. Missed dialogue, Sag. I know! I pressed too quickly. Oh, no. Wait. I think it's just Fuka, though, who's speaking. I can't reload the save here. I think I saved a little too far back, so... Thank you for the hydrate in the stretch. Oh my god, that startled me. Lorpy need words. No, Cal. Don't worry about it. It's just Fuka. Oh yeah.
Are you human?
I love seeing her silhouette. Okay, we're just going to the next one.
Where am I? Why am I here? Please, answer me.
Her voice actor. There's so many shadows.
Someone there?
She's so cute, right? Might play some Persona 3. Yeah, play a little bit before bed. Wind down for the night. I'm just gonna rush through this. Oh no. Stop! Get away from me. Okay. Where? Okay.
Please, answer me.
I just want to save her. Now played it for a day or two, so I think that's good enough break. Yeah. Can we get a janitor and haul this way? There's a lot of paint over here. Oh wait. I don't want to fight alone. Go away. Can you not? No! Oh, wait. Okay. Beef maze. Let's see. Aha, okay.
Hey, here he is. Man, we were worried about you.
I don't think we should enter Tartarus this way again.
Oh yeah. Did you hear a voice on your way here?
Absolutely not.
Kinda like...
Never this way.
Who's there? Are you human?
That's it? That's the voice? Wait, didn't that come from behind us?
She's so cute!
Are you Fuka Yamagishi?
Yes.
Oh, she's
Wow,
so
Never
cute!
fear, the heroes are here.
Good to see you're okay. Come with us.
Hey Panda, how are you? Oh my god, her portrait is so cute.
Yes, I'll be fine. Sorry, I'm just so relieved.
Yeah, she's super soft spoken. I'm so happy with the voice acting.
Looks like I made the right call then. I'll see if I can contact Mitsuru.
Squeals.
What is this place?
We're matching. Oh my god, you're right. We're matching. I know it's been a while. It's been a while. I have not been streaming regularly. This is my first week back into streaming regularly. She's such a head-patable character. Yes.
It's kind of a long story. We can explain after we get out of here.
Mitsuru, can you hear me? No good. All I hear is static.
Am I a mix?
Are you
No!
hungry? You've
This is just my
probably
alt
seen the monsters
form.
wandering
But
around, right?
it's just perfect when it matches the game.
So there is something dangerous in here then. I've gotten
Right?
by
Thank
without
you,
them
Susie
finding
Young.
me so
Oh my
far.
gosh.
Wait, you've avoided them this entire time? How is that possible?
It's hard to describe, but I can sort of tell where they are.
What do you mean? Are you saying you're psychic or something?
She has the same power as Mitsuru. Actually, she might be even stronger. Mitsuru's persona is always more combat-focused to begin with.
Persona?
Hang on to this.
Huh? Wait, is this a gun?
Here, go.
Think of it as
Do
a
a crime.
It doesn't actually fire bullets.
Hands gun.
Okay.
You want a Honey Burger Cafe apron? Ow.
All right, let's get out of here.
Oh, check out the moon. It's huge. I don't
It
think
is also
I've
a
ever
full
seen it so
moon,
bright.
Junpei.
There's some research that indicates the shadows are affected by the phases of the moon. Although the same thing is true about humans.
Jesus Christ, Kovo. Oh my
That
god.
would explain Yucatan's mood swings. Hey, wasn't it a full moon?
Yeah, exactly.
that
You can't just
month
give it to her
ago?
and not explain anything. Listen, this is Akihiko. He's got protein powder for inside his skull. There's no brain, just protein powder.
It was.
God, he looks so
something
good.
wrong?
He is so handsome. Oh yeah! Did you get to make a honey burger? Or a hot honeyed
Hey.
burger?
Did you see the moon on the night the dorm was attacked back in April? Today is June 8th. The monorail incident happened on May 9th. And the assault in the dorm was on April 9th. They were all on a full moon.
Wow, he's using his
Mitsuru,
brain.
Are you there? Hey, can you hear me? Mitsuru, come in! Mitsuru? Mitsuru!
What is that? It's much bigger than the others. And it's attacking someone.
Damn it!
What the hell's going on? Totally lost here.
It's one of them. If my guess is right, they come every
Spicy
full
from
moon.
some cayenne, but honey in the patty. Ooh. Did you cook it with honey or did you let it marinate in it?
We've gotta hurry!
Hey, wait for me.
What?
How did we get down so quickly?
There's two of them?
Oh my god, I remember these two. Okay.
What's going on? Nothing's working.
Tsunade-san, gotta draw the shadows away.
Yeah, I'm on it. Hey, if it's a fight you want,
Oh, I never realized he had gloves on for some
Be
reason.
careful. Normal attacks don't work on them.
Hey! What the?
Yes, husband. Yes, husband.
Fuka.
No, what are you doing here?
Moriyama-san?
Hey, come back!
Please get out of here. It's not safe.
I had to tell you. I'm sorry.
Hey! Look out!
God, I love the battle music so much.
Protect her.
Persona.
Oh my god! Yes!
Yamagishi-san?
A persona?
I can see. I can see these.
The cutscenes are so freaking good.
Can it be?
Just as I thought. Mitsuru, let her take her place. We'll handle these guys.
Yes! I also can't wait for her exploration outfit. Honestly, I think hers is one of my favorites. I really like the coat on top.
Please give me some time.
Yeah, with the headset, right? I can make that expression too in that look.
I got this.
You're so right. You're so right, bestie. Oh my god.
What's the plan? Let's go.
Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on. This literally will take me 2 seconds. Literally. That I don't know if my eyes on here are. Oh, they're not. Okay, hold on. Take me like a 2. Oh my god. Okay, no, actually I won't do it now. But I can do the thing.
Now where to strike?
Oh, I should not have done that. I meant to do Zio. But it's okay because okay. No. Yeah, she looks really. That animation.
I can start the analysis at any time. Please tell me when to activate it.
Press the analysis screen to use. Oh. Can only be done after everyone, both allies, enemies, turn. Okay. Can I do it? Okay, so I can't do it now. Oh wait. Oh, that UI is so cool. Oh, that's so good.
It's even more accurate.
Wait, so what is it?
Moves.
Oh my god. Oh. Okay. This combat looks so fun. Yeah, it's really fun, Cal. Oh my god. Can I also use... Oh, okay, I can also use it on him. Perfect. Oh my god. Damn it, Junpei is... Oh, wait, I can? Even though Junpei... Just us two? Just us two? Wow. Just wow. Man, this game is so fresh. Oh. So what is it now? Boo-hoo, okay. Ooh, what if just you and I did an all-out attack? Punch, okay.
Good to go.
Wait.
Eye up.
Yes.
It's all you. I'm on it. One step at a time. Let's go.
Oh, as long as it isn't pro tag down. Okay. He's letting me do an all-out attack with my husband. I can't believe this. Wow, Junpei, best wingman. Thank you. Junpei, the actual wingman. Truly, truly. Okay, yes, we'll do a group all-out attack.
Get ready. Let's go win this.
The way the boys smile at each other for the yeah! Literally. I love Shift so much. Oh my god. It's so good. It's so good. Shift is gonna be one of my favorite things simply for the little, like, cut through. For the camera. Hit to A. Oh! That didn't happen. Poor no! I'm so shook. Holy shit. I mean, listen, he had basically full health. He got dead so quickly. Oh my god.
What to do?
I know. I am disappointed in myself. I am an absolute failure. I can't believe this. Thank you, Kiri. Please, I'm so done. I'm so tired of you. Oh, I am. Please, no. Okay. No. This is getting it trimmed from the mod. You don't have to say that. That didn't happen. I did not let my husbando down. Oh. Ah.
Are there more of them?
Don't worry. It's over.
Luca, you... Are you okay? Yeah. Thank goodness.
No! hell?
It's all right. She's just exhausted.
Fuka,
Where did those two shadows come from?
Somewhere outside of Tartarus. Just like with the dorm and the monorail.
Outside, huh?
What are we gonna do about Moriyama-san? She knows about the Dark Hour and the shadows.
It doesn't matter. She's not like us, so she won't remember anything that happens in the dark hour. The good
Yeah,
news
she
is
needs some
didn't fall
milk.
victim to the shadows despite hearing their call. So I don't think she'll get drawn in again. She's safe now.
But doesn't that mean she'll forget Yamagishi-san saved her life? That doesn't seem right.
Actually, I get the feeling that things will work out.
I'm sorry, Fuka. I'm so sorry.
It looks like she's learned her lesson.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you've rescued her. His warning doesn't seem to be just a dream. But I can't make any sense of it right now. I feel way too exhausted. I should get some rest as soon as I get back to the dorm. God, I love this game. I love this game. I love this game. I love this game. I feel like a child. Yamagishi and Moriyama are recovering nicely. They'll be released from the hospital in the next few days. That's good to hear.
Precisely.
Yes, it is. We'll need to invite Yamagishi to the dorm and explain what happened. Considering that power of hers, we could definitely use her help. I'm so glad that I've got the energy of a child. It's just this game makes me so giddy. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay. What a perfect date to end on. We're gonna stop here on 6-9. Oh my god. This night in the original, yeah, this was definitely a core memory. After realizing what we were going through, I was like, ah, this is the one. This is the one. But okay, let me switch over to my chatting. Oh wait, no. Wait, no, if I go back to the dorms, it's gonna be evening and I don't want to waste my time. No. Okay, hold on. I have to log out with Akihiko next to me. You rewound to replay the night again? I'm probably gonna end up doing that too. But yeah, okay, so let me actually, I'm gonna make sure to get to evening so that I can... It's me.
It's you!
It's me. I want to make sure I can log out next to Akihiko. Let me... I will spend some time with Chihiro real quick. Oh, or BB. BB, 3. Where are you at, Chihiro? Are you also 3? You're also 3. Next to Akihiko? Pretty gay. I think so, a little bit. Oh, wait, hold on. Actually, no, I want to hang out with BB. He's fun, but I'm also scared about this. What does he have to tell me? What are you bonking me for, you?
I am most grateful.
Why is he groaning?
Oh.
No reason.
So you noticed?
No reason at all.
Last night, my aunt, she
No.
she was taken by the angels.
Wait, I didn't mean to cry. I didn't.
I'm sorry. You were not expecting to deal with this. My aunt was the reason I was able to come to Japan, and now she's been taken away. She helped me so much, but I could not do anything for her. I tried holding it all inside. I felt that crying would not help me. but when I saw the look on your face,
This is not what I was expecting. No. Oh, that was not how I was expecting that rank up to go. I did not mean for this. Oh.
Forgive me, but I cannot sew today. I am going home.
It's the sad piano music in the back. This is how I touch it. I am so bad at timing.
Well, I'll be back.
No, not the sad. I'll be back. Head in hands right now, like I'm a fool. I'm an absolute fool. Thank you for the headbats, Cal. Oh,
welcome back.
I can't even log out next to Akihiko. I'm a fool. Okay, I can't finish until I log out next to Akihiko. I want to shower and get ready for bed, but I will log out next to Akihiko.
Hey, so...
Oh. Why can't I? Oh, so he's not at the dorm right now because he's at the hospital. So some nights the characters cannot the characters are not in. They could be doing other things. Stream only ends when we see Akihiko. I know Akihiko isn't even here, so I have to. Wow, double depression. Him in front of his room. Ugh. No, I have to log out next to him. It has to be next to him. What is today? Is it a Tuesday? I'll work. I'll make some money. Oh, we just got Fuka. We just saved Fuka, I'm sorry. Persona is Persona. I love Persona so much. I am trying to log out next to Akihiko so I can end for the night and take a shower and get ready for bed. But Akihiko's not even at the dorm. He's at the hospital right now. So, I have to do one more night. Oh, wait. I have to save here because... Oh, okay, wait. I have to do a rewind because I want to see the entire scene again. Hold on. I want to make sure. Is this evening? Okay. I need to save an extra file. Don't mind me, guys. Don't mind me. Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure I have an extra save file so I can go through those cutscenes again later. Just say Fuga. Guma was excited. And then we did see BB at the very wrong time. We just did his 4th social rank. Where basically he talks about where he basically talks about his aunt passing, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna end stream here. And I was like, oh, never mind, I can't end at the spot. I have to log out next to Akihiko. Akihiko's not even at the dorm. Depression. Absolute depression. What am I doing? I'm working. I'm working at the cafe tonight. That's what I'm doing. He's so silly. BB is so silly, and I'm so glad that he's voiced. But how are you, Rua? How was sleep? You have a good sleep? Did you work today? He's voiced so well, right? Yeah, he is. I know, he's so silly, it just hurts even more when he's sad. So I'm like, oh no, this boy is a ray of sunshine, normally. You didn't work, okay, but you had a good 7 hours sleep. No. You had a good sleep. You had a good sleep. Yeah, no worries, Kiri. Thank you for dropping in. Good night, good night. I will see you on Sunday for raids. Take care, take care. I will have Akihiko back at the dorms.
Yeah.
Our next topic.
Oh my god. Okay, it's Mr. Ono again. Oh, time periods. History. Juno would enjoy this. Juno enjoys history.
What?
What? You actually want more? Okay, here's a question for you then. Oh no! What's the name of the anthology consisting of 4,500 poems, give or take, leading up to the Nara era? You know what? I don't feel like picking on anyone today. I'll just tell you. It's the Manyoshu. Okay. We're supposed to cover the Kokin Wakashu too, but I don't really care. Ask Mr. Ekoda if you want. Ugh, I don't care about any of this. I just want to get to the Sengoku era. I can hear it calling for me. I like him. Oh my god. He's so eccentric. And he just simply loves the Sengoku era so much. He's like you for real, for real? No one wants to Tartarus. Who's texting me? Oh, I gotta hang out with him again. I can't end that. I have to go straight to him. I cannot. Are you departing for home, or will you come to the home economics room? I'm going to the home ec room. Don't worry.
I must so.
Oh.
I think I am done for today. Could we go somewhere to eat after this? Merci. That means a lot to me. There is something I need to talk to you about. Hello. Where do I begin?
The piano range for Kimi no Kyoku's. It gives me goosebumps, and honestly, I just immediately tear up when I hear it.
I might have to go back home soon.
No.
The only reason I was able to come here was because of my aunt. But my uncle did not agree with the decision. Get home now, maintenant. Is he my uncle or the mafia? If I do return home, back to my uncle, I might never come back to Japan again.
Just stay in Japan.
Do you mean it? I would love to stay. I want to dedicate my life to learning everything about Japan. Except, it does not matter what I say to him. I cannot afford to live here without my uncle's help, and I have gotten to know you well. I cannot simply say,
You can really be an asshole if you wanted to. Yeah, you really can. Oh. I love BB.
It's almost time to say, I'll be back.
Every time he says it in the Terminator voice, it sends me. My aunt died. I'll wait in the home ec room. So anyways, I'm gonna stand next to Aki for an hour. Ah, my perfume and health supplement.
Welcome back.
How long are they at the hospital for? Is it for the week? I'm gonna cry.
Hey, listen.
This stream's never gonna end. I can't end. I can't end until he goes back at the dorm. I have to welcome him back. Oh my god. Ah. Wednesday, I'm going back to work. Oh wait. No, I can do academics. It is a game day. You guys are cheering, but I'm literally gonna be logging out as soon as Aki goes back. I'm so normal about him. I'm so normal. I'm so normal. I'm so normal. I'm very normal. Wow. It's a message from Sanada. Sorry for the short notice. Yamagishi is being released from the hospital today. We all need to talk to her together. Come to the command room once you get back to the dorm. Perfect. Perfect! Meant to be. Meant to be. Let's see. Okay, I'll do a social link. Oh, I guess we'll walk home together. I really do enjoy talking with you, Yuki-san. Oh, is this it? We just spent time together? Okay. Okay, that was really short. Okay, I thought we were gonna raise up our social link, but I guess not.
So, you're Yamagishi-kun, right?
Yes.
Relax, there's no need to be
There he
nervous.
is.
Go
My
on,
head is
have a seat.
blocking him, but there he is.
Okay.
I just want to quickly mention that everyone did an excellent job uncovering the truth.
Maybe we can actually
And one
unstream,
other
yeah.
thing to report. I've heard that all 3 girls have regained consciousness.
That's great news.
From what I understand, they each came to the school around midnight and waited for the security guard to leave. Then, once the dark hour began, they were attacked by shadows near the gate. Because of the situation's similarities to an old ghost story, rumors naturally spread quickly.
I knew right from the beginning that it wasn't a ghost.
Uh-huh.
It's all my fault.
Oh.
What? Where'd you get that from? You were the victim in all this.
But all of those rumors started because I was absent for so long.
That's totally not your fault.
Oh,
I don't
Fuka,
think
it's
we could have won
not.
that fight if you hadn't been there. You saved our lives. That's not something just anyone could have done. Take pride in that. You have a special power that you can use to help others.
A special power?
We call it Persona. And right now, our group absolutely needs your abilities. Can we count on you to help us?
Are you asking me to join you?
That's right.
Kirijo-senpai.
I think you'd make a good addition to the team, too.
Sanada-senpai.
You know we're not trying to pressure you. So if you need some time to think about it.
I'll do it.
Ah.
It'd be my honor.
Baby girl.
Are you sure? If you do join, you'll have to move into the dorm.
That's fine. I'd rather live here than at home anyway.
Thank you. We really appreciate this. We'll have the school talk to your parents to resolve any issues.
Okay. Thank you.
Fuka's a baby girl. Oh.
Aren't we dragging
They're
her
all
into
baby
this
girls.
It's okay. Really.
And then
One
Akiko
other
is male
topic
wife.
I'd like to discuss is those special shadows. We had another encounter this month. While we still don't know where they're coming from, I do believe Sanada-kun is right. They seem to appear alongside the full moon. This, at least, will help us plan for the future.
Even Junpei, especially Junpei.
Next full
No,
moon is
Junpei, if
showtime.
he's not a baby girl, he's a girl failure.
Knowing when to
He's
expect them is a big advantage for us. Now, on the day of the fight, we'll be ready to get in the ring.
Hey. Is this what that mysterious boy was trying to tell me? I should start paying attention to the moon phases. Yay! Wait. Are you kidding me? Where did... Did they go back to the hospital? Did they go back to... No, she was fine. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way this game is gonna do this to me. Get out of here, Shuji! One more day. Surely, one more day, right? Surely one more day, right? Also, what? Is that new? It says limit above the moon. I just noticed that. 26? Where did they go?
Wait, what?
Where did they go? Where did they go? What did people do? I swear. Not upstairs either? Yeah, I went up the stairs. Hold on, I'm gonna double check. I'm gonna double check. I went all the way to the command room. Hold on. What if I knocked on his door? Is he... Yeah, they're not here. Yeah, I'm not crazy. I assume... Surely, one more night, right? 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 Surely. Meow! Thank you so much for the resub! Congrats on the sub, baby! Don't say that to me, Rai. Don't say that to me. She's cute. She's very cute. That's not what I meant. It's just... Doesn't it feel like she wasn't really given a choice in joining the team? I hope she'll be okay. Oh my god, VK! When you do that, I still cannot believe I've been streaming for about 2 years.
Hey, did you hear? Apparently, Mr. Akoda's
Almost
in
2
hot
years
water.
of bear. It's wild. It's so wild. I can't believe I've come this far.
Really? What'd he do? I don't know, but I think it's serious. Sexual harassment, maybe?
I can totally see that.
Jeez.
Good morning.
Oh, I just realized now that we're actually paying attention to the moon phases that they do give they're giving the time limit. Oh my god, Brua, babe. Oh my god. Do we have a stream child? 9 months is crazy.
Hey, look! It's the ghost girl!
It's being so phobic.
She can hear you.
They're being Guma-phobic right now. They're not giving me Akihiko.
You're here.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Moriyama-san? I heard you started living in the dorms.
It does, yeah, it does. I do want to say it's because we only more recently started talking a little bit more than we did in the beginning, right? I'm very thankful to have met you, Rua. It's been such a joy chatting with you. I can't wait for the fanfic tier list stream.
Yes.
You have to look away? Okay,
You're
okay,
looking
no
well
worries,
today,
Rai.
As usual. Well, if you got something on your mind,
can always talk to me. You could probably use a friend, huh?
Moriyama-san.
Come on, you don't gotta be so stiff.
And then we realized your soulmate's crazy. Truly.
Just
who knew? A bear and a succubus. Who knew? Who would have thought? Natsuki's voice. Yeah, I really like Natsuki's voice. Again, I really love that. I'm so happy about the way that the NPCs can voice this game. Okay. I swear to God, he better be at the dorm. He better be at the dorm. He better be at the dorm. Sometimes found family is a bear, succubus, and a tiny purple bouncer. Also a fairy and a blue oni. I was so... BB, are we good? Oh, he's working. I have to... I'm not gonna be increasing social rank, but... I don't think our bot will grow any stronger. Okay. I'll have to wait then, because I don't want to cut us off. Let me... Ooh. Okay, I can at least do the old couple. Let me do the old couple. Plot twist. Angel's got Akihiko too. No! I swear. Okay. I'll spend time with the elderly couple because I love them too. They are my parents now. No. I am very sorry to be going through this depression.
I understand their reasoning. But if they really go through with this, if we lose that tree, it would be like losing our son all over again.
God damn it, you. Wait, didn't I? Oh, I didn't do... I did this and then I rewinded and I forgot. I'm a fool. Okay, hold on. I've already done this. Oh my god. I forgot that they hit us with a bomb about their son right off the back. Yeah! I also was very much so surprised Pikachu when I first saw it. Oh my god. Yeah, I did this earlier, but I rewinded and I forgot. Oh.
Welcome back.
It's over, you guys. It's over. It's over. Oh, hi, Wombat! Just wrapped up the Digimon pre-release. Oh my god! Nice! What did you make out with? Any good finds with the pre-release? P3 is going. It's good. We just rescued Fuka. I am actually just about to end stream. I literally wanted to end it on 6-9, but then I was just like, I have to log out next to Akihiko. I have to log out next to Akihiko. 6:12. We're done, boys. We're done. Okay. I'm moving over. I'm moving over. I'm moving over. We're here now with the boy. Oh, my game audio sure is still going though. Here we go. He's home. I can end. Oh my god. But good progress. We got it to the next full moon. I'm probably, with how things are going, I'm probably gonna do a full moon per stream, basically. We can hibernate. This overlay is so nice. Thank you! Oh my god. Big ups to Hoya from Twitter for such a cool overlay. I only did like the little chatting text and the obviously like my model, but love this so much. We saw Aki, we end stream. Yes. Thank you everyone for hanging out with me for so long. Oh my god. I'm so flustered. Oh. Let me start sorting out where I'm going. Love that we're in a bus home from the cafe. Yeah, we're taking a bus. We are taking a train. We're taking the monorail actually to out of Iwatodai. Oh. Oh, there you go. Oh, thank you, Julie Gaunt. Oh, thank you so much too. I hope you enjoy your stay here in the cafe. I will very much so be absorbing. Yeah, welcome in. In case you didn't catch me during my introduction, my name is Gumari. I am a normally Usudi brown bear VTuber. Oh my gosh. Normally a brown bear VTuber, but for Persona, I am a blue bear. I gotta blend in with the game and my surroundings. I'm gonna be a Persona streamer now for the next couple weeks. But besides Persona, I do like to play a variety of like JRPG games. I like to play some Monster Hunter. I will occasionally do some art, and I am going to get back into some rigging on stream again, hopefully. I just need to renew the license for Live GD Cubism, but thank you so much for joining in. Blueberry is a great look though. Yeah, thank you. What is today? Today is Friday. I have some plans for tomorrow. I think I might have plans on Sunday. So for sure you can catch me on Monday, evening PST, around 7 p.m. PST. I'm still not posting a schedule, only because I kind of just going off of vibes. We're going off of vibes. Looking forward to reading and art. Yeah, thank you so much. I hope to catch you around. I don't know when I'll start posting schedules again. I am a little unconfident. Again, it is just I want to make sure I'm streaming consistently again, but Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are the usual. I will probably do a weekend day. I'm not always blue. No, hold on. Hello. This is the usual look. I'm a brown bear. Yeah, but I'll go back. Oh. There we go. Yeah, I'm a brown bear normally. Yeah, blue is nice, right? Thank you. I love explaining this every time, but literally, if you invert my normal look, you find out, you'll see that I have blue hair, actually. But, blue is such a chill color. Yeah. Yeah, so because I'm not doing a schedule, for now, I am pretty much just, if you would like to get stream notifications, you can either turn the notifications on Twitch, or if you're on Discord, I do have a shared Discord with Hebe, and you can turn on the stream pings over there. Blue is crazy insane with your model. Yeah! I'm so happy. Hold on, do I have a... What did I do? There you go. If you would like to see who my rig parent is, my rig papa is my art and rig papa is me Joyce, and the V Bridger enhancement is from Panko. Oh, I gotta update that. It is now Panko Chu, so that is the incorrect link, but it is Panko Chu with 2 U's. Let me see. I want to see if anybody else is playing Persona from who I know. If not, I'll find somebody. Yeah, we love Snack. I'm lost. Where am I going? Okay. Look at the gremlin emotes. Ooh, okay. Hold on. got very distracted on Twitch. Oh my gosh. But I think, oh, okay. I do want to visit somebody who is doing a subathon right now. They are a, oh god. I have nobody who I mutually know that's playing Persona 3 right now. But I would like to send some support over to somebody doing a subathon. She is playing some Binding of Isaac. Yeah. Anyways, we're ending stream. I want to shower. I want to sleep. You can find my socials here. I linked my Discord a little bit above. If you would like to get any notifications for my stream times, I will be there on Discord. Bye-bye. Yeah. But we're going to bring over our raid. In case anybody gets left behind, I'm going over here. Again, she's playing some Binding of Isaac. She's running a subathon going on right now. Really cool artist. I love her art so much. Her new model is so cute. It's so cute. Set up the raid. Yeah, I love Louette. She's so cute. So we're gonna go over there. Thank you again, guys, so much for hanging out during the stream. I will catch you guys on Monday for sure for some more Persona. If not, possibly a weekend. You found her randomly doing Insomnia. Oh, hey there, bye there! Yeah, but yeah, no worries. I have no idea what to say. I don't know how to end streams anymore now that I'm streaming again, but please take care of yourself. Stay hydrated. And I'll catch you around. Bye-bye.